Island, of course, covering the CBS News confirmation that police have identified a person of interest wanted in connection with this deadly shooting at Brown University on Saturday. I want to go ahead now and go to the head of our crime and policing unit, Anna Schechter, who is here with me in Studio 57. We'll go to Rodney Harrison in a little bit, law enforcement expert. But Anna, first of all, we heard Penny Commit there talking about the possible link between the shooting that happened Saturday at Brown University, 2 students tragically killed, and the fatal shooting of the MIT professor, that there might be a connection. What is your reporting?
Well, our reporting is that law enforcement are looking at a possible connection. Remember, they are working round the clock. They're going through surveillance imagery, license plate readers, license plate reader cameras that are taking images in and around the streets, the vehicles in and around Brown University and in and around this neighborhood in Brookline where the professor lived, also in and around MIT. And so they are looking for leads. And so this is yet another lead. It's another lead in a series of leads that until, they have not been panning out. So let's see how this plays out. But, this is potentially some movement. Investigations like this are really hard, especially after that 24-hour period passes. The assailant has had time to leave the area. It takes time. We are on day 6 now out from the Brown shooting that killed 2 students and injured 9 others. A little bit more than 48 hours later, you had the assassination of the MIT professor. We were talking earlier, this comes amidst a week of huge, tragic news stories around the country and around the world, including a terror attack in Australia. So it's one thing after another. There's been a lot of speculation online. And right now what we're doing is we're just following the facts, and we want to be careful because this is a lead. This is another lead. And of course, law enforcement are looking, given the fact that the lead is leading them to want to take a look at a potential connection between the shooting at Brown University and the shooting of this beloved MIT professor who we just heard from our station there, lived in that apartment with his family. We don't have any reason to believe at this time that it was a politically motivated attack on him, and we are waiting to hear more. Authorities have released absolutely no information about a potential motive there.
So we were just showing the surveillance video that law enforcement enhanced and released of a person of interest. Doesn't give the public a whole lot to go on. And we don't know how law enforcement made this identification. Could it be that they identified the person that was seen in close proximity that they released yesterday? Could that person have led them? Could somebody have recognized the particular clothing or the gait?
That law enforcement enhanced and released of a person of interest. Doesn't give.
Good evening, everybody. Good evening. Hope everybody's doing good. We're going to let a few more people get in here. And then we're going to see if we can make this connection together. Because I found some things that are interesting. And I'm going to do a video too, but I want to go live and share them, what I found. What's going on? Waving everybody hi. Hope you're doing good this evening. Safe, secure. Like I said, I'm going to be doing a video about this topic too, like an edited video as well. But I figured I wanted to go live and give you guys, something raw, put this together so you guys can see this in real time. Now, I did a video on the Brown shooting, like I think it was that night or that same night when they got that the first suspect, I did do a video on that, and I posted it, and had the suspect, and I figured they had him caught. I ended up taking that video down because, as you know, they had released him and he wasn't that suspect. And then I made a comment on my YouTube community. I said, that's what I get, I guess, for trusting law enforcement. The one time I trust law enforcement and follow their information, it was wrong. Let's let a few more people get in here, then we're going to start this connection here. Now, they're saying there is a possible connection. That's what they're saying there is. Funny thing is, about 3 days ago, maybe, I knew there already was. I knew about 3 days ago, I knew. Just by doing some research and digging, I knew the media wasn't telling us everything, or either law enforcement wasn't telling the media everything. So I'm going to show you guys everything that I found. So I hope you're interested to see some things that I found. And then you guys can tell me what your thoughts is on it. Let's get a few more people in here. If you're in here, say what's up, comment your city you're from, state, country. P says, blessings. Thank you for all you do. I check Fugitive TV before I check my local news. Wow. That's an honor right there. That's an honor. I remember when I first started this channel, I didn't think it was going to be blowing up the way I did. I did not think that. New Zealand. Oh, wow. New Zealand. Okay. All right. We got Wisconsin. We got Wisconsin. We got cheeseheads in the house. New York, New Jersey area. I know all about that. I was actually I'm in Florida right now, but I spent a little bit of time in Manhattan. I was in Manhattan. Hello from Houston, Texas. Houston, Texas. I plan on going out there soon, actually. I'm trying to get out there. So there's a few cases I want to cover when I go out there. Yep, Florida. Yeah, I think I've seen you comment a couple times on my channel. Because I live here now in Florida. I'm originally from California, but I live here in Florida. Chi-Town, Chirac. All right. Been there a couple times back in the day when they had the Greeny Green projects. All right, so is everybody thank you for everybody for posting your city. Jacksonville. Little Duval. What's up, Duval? Been up there a couple times. Well, like I told you guys, I did a video on the Brown University. I did a video on that the day it happened. Okay. Did a video on that, and I had to take the video down because they caught the suspect, and the suspect that they caught supposedly wasn't the person. So I had his name blast all over my channel, and I don't do that. I don't want to say you did something and you didn't really do it. I'm not that type of person, so I took the video down. And I haven't reported on it since because I figured I'm going to do my own investigation, and I'm not going to trust in law enforcement. I'm not going to trust. The one time I trusted in law enforcement, and the one time I tried to put my trust in the local media, and then I made a report on it myself after getting information from them, it was wrong. So I learned my lesson. They're supposed to be doing a.
We have been watching CBS.
They're supposed to be doing a also a we're gonna keep an eye on this. So they're supposed to be doing a live press conference tonight too, because right now they say they have a suspect. They say they have a suspect, but who knows? Remember what happened last time. But all I know, San Diego. All right. Yeah, I grew up in LA, Los Angeles, 2 hours from San Diego. So they say they have a suspect. We don't know if the suspect is correct or not because we see how the police are handling this, right? But I'm going to show you guys some of the connections I've made, just myself, on finding some things out. Now, some of these things might be far-fetched. They could be. I don't know. It's up to you guys to find out if they are or not. But some of these things make sense. And remember, we had 3 incidents take place. We had the Brown shooting, the MIT professor, right? And then the massacre that happened in what was it, Australia? Somebody let me know. Was it Bondi Beach? That happened the same day as the Brown University, right? I think it was. You look it up, make sure it was the same day. But I think it was the same day. So like I said, you guys are going to be with me in real time right now, as you can kind of see how I operate and investigate things. So it was the same day. All right. So yep, it was the same day. So our news came out, and then we heard about, I think, Brown first, right? Well, in America here, I believe we heard about Brown first. Brown University, what happened. And then about what time did the Bondi shooting happen at? Let's see. What time was it? See if it gives me a time. So it says just before 7 p.m. It doesn't tell me if that's Eastern, Australian time or not, but it does say before 7 p.m. But anyways, it was on the same day. So we had the Brown shooting, and then the Bondi shooting on the same day. And then right after that, we had the MIT professor shooting, which happened, at his house. And that was on, I believe it was 2 days later, I believe. Let me see here. December 15th. All right, so 2 days later. I'm just making sure they're not doing a press conference right now. So if they do a press conference, I do want to see what they're saying. All right. So it's not on yet. But so I'm doing my research on this, and I'm trying to see exactly. Most of the time I do these cases, I do missing people. You guys know, just been following me. I do missing people. I do some cases that have not been unsolved, things like that. I never really get involved when it comes to, like, I guess, these type of cases, situations, because I figure the police is going to handle it, FBI is going to handle it. They don't need me. That's the way I look at it. So let me stick with the people who are not getting the spotlight and the people who are not getting the publicity. So usually that's what I do, pretty much. But after I took my video down, I decided, you know what, I'm going to dig into this a little bit and let's see what I can find. Well, let's start with the Brown incident, okay? As we all know, there is no suspects. Far as we know, there's no suspects that's named in the Brown incident. Now, like I said, they have a press conference coming up. I'm watching the live right now. They haven't got to the podium. It was supposed to start at 4, but it's 7 o'clock now. So they delayed it. We'll find out. Now, they do say there's a person of interest. So I guess they found their DNA on a bullet casing or something. I'm wondering why didn't it took them this long to get that? I don't know. I ain't asking no questions, but it took them a long time to get this DNA. So they got DNA on the bullet casing now, and supposedly they have a suspect. Okay. Now they're saying there's a connection between them and MIT. And I want to say no, Sherlock. Well, let me pull something up here. So the first thing I started looking at was, hello, welcome in. Welcome. The first thing I started looking at was the lack of cameras that Brown has. I was like, why is there no cameras of this guy from the actual university itself? All the footage they're showing us is coming from ring cameras and stuff like that from the neighborhood. So why aren't they showing us cameras of, the university? Brown, if you don't know, is a prestigious school. It's an Ivy League school. I looked that up. The average student that goes into that school, you know what their average grade is? Their average grade is 4.17. Okay? 4.17. How many of y'all had friends in high school that had a grade point average of over 4? I not many for me, maybe 2 or 3, but over 4. So these kids, they're smart getting into the school, right? You would think a school like that would have better security in place for these children. Now, you would think any school would. You would think any school, but a school like that, you really would think, right? So I'm like, how much does this school make? They got to be making a lot of money, right? So I'm gonna show you guys something real quick that I saw. Yes. So Brown and MIT is only an hour away from each other. They're only an hour away. It's an hour drive. Okay, hour drive. MIT, I believe, is in Massachusetts, and Brown, I believe it's like in Rhode Island or Connecticut. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but I know it's an hour. It's not far. It's an hour. That little New England area, everything's pretty much close together. Um. So this is what I found. All right, and I'm going to show you guys this. So it says, let me make it to where you guys can see it. Brown's endowment reaches 8 million after fiscal year 2025 return. All right? So, I don't know if you guys know what that means. Basically, that means that is all the money they raised for the school. Let's rewind that. $8 billion was raised for Brown in the year of 2025. And that comes from all their supporters and everything else. Hey, Julia. Justice Talks with Julia. Go follow her on TikTok. She helps me do a lot of my investigation work I do. Actually, I'm going to post her right here. A lot of my investigation work I do, she helps me out on right there. Just to let you guys know. But $8 billion. So that comes from all these different sources, right? It doesn't matter what the source is. They just get $8 billion. So I figured I wanted to show you guys that, right? So they get $8 billion. And I'm like, they can't afford to have cameras and security everywhere, but they got $8 billion. So that was how it started with me researching on this. Because I figured, let me research the school first. I want to research the students. I want to research why they might have lack of security. I want to, that's how my process, how I do my process. And then from there, it'll just take me into a rabbit hole. So I'm like, wait, $8 billion, whatever. Okay. All right. Yes. Alumni and parents. Yes. $8 billions of dollars. How are students paying tuition? Because I don't know. Well, some of these students are getting, because they're so smart, they're getting scholarships. And these scholarships are and they're getting grants too. So like a lot of these kids that are in certain programs like engineer programs, stuff like that, they can qualify for these grants, right? And then the school, they go ahead and they do fundraisers and they get money from endorsements. And then, like what the Detroit detective said right here, or the Terror detective, sorry, the Terror detective said alumni, parents, and etc. So people who went to Brown, they are donating boosters, pretty much. They call them boosters, not the boosters in the street that are boosting TVs, not the ones you bought your TV from, but boosters who actually help boost the college and raise funds, is what this comes from. So they got all this money, and it was 853 million in investment gains on top of that. So they can afford some cameras. They can afford they can afford some 4K, some 8K cameras with $8 billion. I'm sorry. They can afford it, right? But they didn't have that. Anyways, so I started looking a little further into I saw an interview. Let me see if I can pull this interview up. This interview is kind of what sparked it. All right. It kind of made me put two and two together for me. It's an interview with a kid saying that he locked eyes with the shooter. He locked eyes with the shooter, okay? Yes, Ivy League school. Usually the parents are rich. Yes, usually they have money. I actually did a background on some of these students that were involved in the shooting, and the background on them, I won't, because they didn't do anything wrong, so I won't say their names, but yeah, they had assets. The parents had assets. Some of the kids did too. They had assets. So let me see if I can find. It's gonna should pop up. Let's see, locked eyes with shooter. And I want you guys to see if you notice something that I
Brown
noticed.
University students were studying
All
for
right,
an
here we
exam
go.
Saturday afternoon when the shots started ringing out. And I want to bring in Joseph Oduro, who is a teaching assistant at Brown University, was in that classroom leading a study session when the gunman opened fire. Thank you so much for being here. I am so sorry for what you had to witness. I'm glad that you were okay. Can you explain what went down?
We'll watch this for a few minutes, and I want you to pay attention to
It's
something.
hard to really put to words. It all really happened so fast. I think the number one thing for me is just making sure everybody's okay and the community is safe and everybody feels like there's some type of peace on campus.
Yeah, understandable. Can you just describe what was happening in the classroom when the gunman came in?
Yeah, we just finished up our last review session of the year. And then we ended a little bit late. It ended around like 4:03, and I was giving my closing remarks. And then
So you
as
don't
soon as
have to live in
everybody
the
stood
hood to
up
get
and
shot.
started exiting the room,
Right?
we
Especially
heard what
nowadays.
sounded like gunshots outside the door, and we heard screaming from various students. And then about 5 seconds later, we see a gunman enter the room, and then he just screamed something and just started shooting.
So you saw the gunman enter the room where
Key,
you
right?
were.
Listen.
Yeah, I was standing in the front of the auditorium, and he came through the back. So we pretty much directly made eye contact. And then as soon as that happened, I looked at my students and signaled them to come to the front, and then I just ducked.
And was the gunman shooting when he entered the room?
No, he came in, pointed the gun, and then he screamed something. I don't know what he said, and none of the other students know what he said. But yeah, then he just started shooting right after that. So from that moment to the first gunshot, it was probably around 5 to 7 seconds.
So what I'm hearing you saying is that you already had heard the gunshot outside the classroom.
All right. So she's asking him questions, right? Obviously, he was in there. I think later on there's another interview with the same guy, and he says he locked eyes with the shooter. So if you've seen the man, you've seen him, and this is not this guy's fault, but the reporter. If somebody told me, if I'm interviewing somebody and they said, "Yeah, I was there, I seen him," my first question would be like, "What'd you see? You lock eyes on him. What color was his eyes? Was he brown? Did he look white? What do you look? Was he yellow bone, red bone? What did he look like?" That would be my first question. But for some reason, that question is being dodged. They're not asking this guy at all what he looked like. At all. But he's seen him. Now the guy did have a mask on, right? But he didn't have nothing covering his eyes. So you can see what color the person is at least.
And then all of a sudden he appeared in your classroom, screamed something, and
We
then
heard what sounded like gunshots outside, yes, but my mind didn't necessarily go to gunshots right away just because we're at Brown University. It's
Economic Warfare says, I'm wondering if this is politically motivated. A lot of this tend to be very left leaning. We're going to get into that, okay? Like I said, I did this in real time, and right now I'm going to show you how I kind of looked at this, and so you guys can decide for yourselves, what do you think? We're going to get into that, what you just said, because there's some stuff that I found that the media is not saying.
an Ivy League institution. You don't really assume the first loud sound you hear is gunshots until
All right, so I mean, that's pretty much that. This whole time, she does not ask him at all. She doesn't ask him at all what he looked like. There's another interview with him too. Another interview with him asking, where he says he locked eyes. He literally says when he walked in, he says the guy has the biggest, longest weapon he's ever seen. And he literally locked eyes. They looked at each other before he started firing. So if you looking at somebody, you should be able to know. I'm going to ask you, what did he look like? The reporter did not ask that question. So I was wondering why. That I saw that and I'm like, why didn't she ask what he looked like? Then I found out who he was. So that guy you saw, he is actually a teacher assistant. He's the teacher assistant or professor's assistant. All the students are in there studying. No, he didn't. He didn't say, she didn't ask him, and he didn't say. It was very weird, very weird. So that would have been my question right away. And I'm not even professional, but I would ask him right away, what do he look like? What was he wearing? I know we saw the video footage, right? But what if he changed before he got to the video? He was wearing a blue hoodie. We don't know. But he is the professor's assistant, and those kids are in there studying for exams. So I'm like, he's the professor assistant. The real professor was not in the classroom. Do you guys know that? Did you guys know the real professor, for some reason, that day was not in the classroom? They don't talk about that. So I was wondering, why is the assistant? So I found out who the professor is. Let's see if I can bring it up. Where is it at? All right. Here it is. I'm going to show you an article from who the actual professor is. Then we're going to look at the background of that professor. Then I saw a connection. Then I went a little further. I was like, hold on, wait. All right. So this Brown professor says shooting broke out at review session for her class final, right? It's a woman. The professor of that class is Rachel Friedberg. Rachel Friedberg, a Brown University economics professor, said Saturday's mass shooting at the school happened at a review session for the final exam of her Principles of Economics course. Freeberg said she was not present during the shooting. The session was led by her teaching assistants, she said, one of whom alerted her. Friedberg then raced to Rhode Island Hospital where an Ocean State media reporter spoke with her. Friedberg said she heard the following account from the teacher assistant, who she said was not shot but visited the hospital to support several other injured students. So she's talking about the guy that we just saw in the hoodie that was being interviewed. That's the assistant. This Rachel Friedberg is the professor, but she was not in class. Ah, you're starting to put it together. You're starting to put it together. Okay. We're not done yet, right? So I'm trying to see in this article if she says why she wasn't there. She doesn't say she doesn't say why she wasn't there. There's no reason of why she wasn't there. Once again, people aren't asking questions. I would have asked, why weren't you there? If they're studying for their final exams and you're the professor, I mean, you get a day off, understand that. But I mean, why weren't you there to help if that's the case, you know? So that is her. Now, I decided to Google her, trying to find something on her background, right? Which I did. Where is it? I'm gonna show you guys what I found. So remember, her name is Rachel Friedberg. Believe that's how you pronounce it the right way. Who was supposed to be the professor of that classroom. All right, so here is Rachel Friedberg's, okay, bio from Brown University itself. Okay, so this is straight from Brown University. And that article I just read to you about, that wasn't even from a big news, that was from Public PBS. What I read that from you, Public PBS. Why hasn't that been on Fox News? Why hasn't that been on CBS? What I just read you guys, but it's on Public PBS at all places. So this is from Brown's University. She said holiday. We're going to get to that. We're going to get to that. Hold on. We're going to get to that. You're going to see. This might blow you guys' mind. Like, what? I know it blew my mind. It blew my mind. Now, let me show you this right here. All right. So that is Rachel M. Freeberg. Now, it's a public profile, so it's a public, it's on Brown University. Rachel Friedberg is a teaching professor of economics facility associated of the program and Judaistic studies and facility associated of the Population Studies and Training Center. Friedberg earned her PhD, guess where at? MIT. Joining Brown as an assistant professor and serving for 4 years on a facility of the Department of Economics at the Hebrew University of Jerusalem. She went to the Hebrew University of Jerusalem. Her research focused on the economics of immigration, especially economic analysis of the outcomes and impacts of immigrants in the United States and Israel, about which she has testified before Congress and participated in a Knesset committee deliberations. She is currently exploring the intersection of economics and Jewish studies. Freeburg's Principles of Economics course is the most popular class at Brown, taken by half of all undergraduates. So her class is the most popular class at Brown for that course of study. Where she got her PhD, from MIT. Now you might say, okay, she went to MIT. Okay, big deal. Okay, what a coincidence, right? She went to MIT, so a lot of those professors probably went to MIT. You know, what the connection? What's the connection? All right, she's Jewish. It says right there on her profile. All right, what's the connection? Well, now we might have a motive. Now you got to think like the police or the law, or how I should say the police are supposed to think. We might have a motive now. Now there might be a motive. Because if you have this professor who is, let's say, her courses of studies is on a hot topic of what's all the wars that's going on today, Palestinian, Israel, all that stuff. And right there in her profile, it says outcomes and impacts of immigrants in the United States and Israel. She didn't say Palestine, she said and Israel. So she's, so we don't know exactly what she's teaching because none of us are in her class, right? So we don't know. But remember when I told you earlier, I start looking at students who was in the classroom. Did y'all know there's one student who was all over Brown University's page that they scrubbed from the website? You go on their website now, you can't find him at all. Can't find the guy. Let me show you. Hold on. Can't find this guy whatsoever. Where is he at? All right. You guys ready for this? Let's get right to it. Let's get right to it. Let's do something the police ain't doing and the media ain't doing that they should be hiring me to do. This article from News 18 says, who is Mustafa Karbush? Brown University faces heat for scrubbing his profile amid manhunt. Y'all see that picture? Do y'all see this picture? Now, I'm not saying that's him. I'm not saying that's him. But do y'all see this picture? That is Mustafa. As the manhunt for the suspect responsible for the December 13th shooting at Brown University continues, speculation has grown over the involvement of a first-year Palestinian refugee. First-year Palestinian refugee student after the university was accused of deleting his profile on its website. Authorities have asked members of the public for help identifying the suspected gunman who, unalived the two Brown University students, okay? Officials in Providence, Rhode Island said they still have not identified the attacker. Like I said, there's supposed to be tonight telling us more information because now they say they know who it is or something like that. We'll find out. And once again, I'm not saying this guy's it. I'm not saying he did it. But why'd they take him off the website? I mean, the body matches a little bit, but hey, who am I to say? Federal Bureau of Investigation's Kash Patel on Tuesday shared a video on timeline, and he's talking about the video of the guy walking around. So now, who is Mustafa Karbush? As the manhunt entered the fourth day, attention on social media has increasingly focused on Mustafa, with users speculating about his rumored involvement in the shooting, even though authorities have not named any suspects. Mustafa's name has surfaced slowly on speculation after his student profile was deleted from the website of Brown University. CNN News 18 was not independently verified this claim, and officials have not provided any connection between Mustafa and the shooting. Social media users noticed that Brown University had removed the online student profile of Mustafa, who was identified as a first-year student studying international affairs and anthropology with a focus on the Middle East. Mustafa was described as a third-generation Palestinian refugee born and raised in Lebanon. Born and raised in Lebanon. He reportedly obtained a scholarship to attend United World College and had led and continued to help with community building, social change roles. As per the deleted profile, several posts on X alleged that Brown University was scrubbing references to the student and questioned whether social media accounts linked to him have been removed at the request of authorities. Why was Brown University suddenly erased every mention of Mustafa, a Palestinian activist and first-year student, from its official website? And then you have some people talking about it that also found this out. Breaking: Brown University, Rhode Island shooting suspect has been identified. This guy is actually saying he did it. He's actually coming out saying he's the one who did it. Why was Brown University student erased? So yes, people have noticed this. Now watch this. Laura Loomer says she found a page on YouTube account that belongs to a man named Mustafa Karbush, which was filled with Islamic videos that taught how to build electronic devices at home with wires. Why won't police say what the shooter yelled before he opened fire? You remember? Hold on. Hold on.
You
Let's
see the
go
gun
back.
right in front of you,
I
and you
believe
could
he
see it
said he
going
yelled
off. But
something.
yeah, then he just started shooting right after that. So from that moment to
When he entered the room,
no, he came in, pointed the gun, and then he screamed something. I don't know what he said, and none of the other students know what he said. But yeah, then he just started shooting right after that. So from that moment to the first gunshot, it was probably around 5 to 7 seconds.
so what I'm hearing you saying is that you already had heard the gunshot outside the classroom, and then all of a sudden.
Probably around 5 to 7 seconds.
So what I'm hearing you saying is that you already had heard the gunshot outside the classroom, and then all.
So you guys saw that, right? It says that he yelled something, but the reporter never asked him, well, what did he yell? You notice that? The reporter didn't even ask that question. Well, what did he yell? What did he scream? Very interesting. Very interesting. Very interesting. So we read that article about Mustafa, and I mean, he fits the description of the man that's walking so far, right? But like I said, I'm not saying it's him. I'm not saying that. I want to show you something else that I saw or found that nobody's talked about. Oh man, this thing gets deep. It gets so deep. Watch this. Watch this. And you're right. If you're not familiar, like if you don't know Allah Akbar, if you don't know what that is, you're right. You wouldn't know. All right. Look at that. In late November 2025, an anonymous website operated by a group calling itself the Punishment for Justice Movement, described in reports as an anti Israel or anti Zionist entity, published a detailed list of hundreds of Israeli academics and researchers. The site doxed them by posting personal information, including names, photos, home addresses, phone numbers, email addresses, ID numbers, in some cases, passports and visa images. It offered bonuses, okay? It offered bonuses for, let me find what the total bonus was for this, because this one's not telling you the full bonus. But that was an actual website that was public. Anybody could have went to that website, and it was called Punishment for Justice Movement. And it was a detailed list of people who achieved academic achievements, professors who were at MIT, who were at Brown, who were at Harvard, who, it was a list of these people. And every single one pretty much had a bounty on their head. I'm going to show you what the bounty was for each. Hold on. Because I know I have it, because I saw it real quick. Punishment for Justice. Let's see if I can find it. All right, I found it. It pops right up. Soon as you Google it, it pops right up. Punishment for Justice Movement website. The website published the personal details, names, home addresses, phone numbers, emails of hundreds of academics from various institutions, including Harvard, Oxford, offered financial rewards for acts of violence against them. $1 to $2,000 for placing protest signs outside of somebody's home. $5,000 for providing additional information on targets. $20,000 for burning vehicles or home, and then up to $100,000 for the unaliving or execution of special targets. The group claimed that academics were legitimate targets and war criminals who used their knowledge to develop weapons of mass destruction for the Israeli military. So that was put out, right? And you're like, all right, no, web, okay, whatever, Well, anyway, we can go to the professor of MIT. Now, the professor at MIT, let's pull him up. Now, the professor, when it first happened, okay, when he first was unalived, I'm behind. It's all right, catch up, catch up, catch up. When a professor was first unalived, media reports were saying that he was Jewish. Then a friend said he is not. Let me show you. Okay. So first they said he was, because they were saying a Jewish professor was found, blah, 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 blah. Is what they were saying at first. Let's see if I can find an article that actually says what he was. Let's see here. All right. So let's go right here, because even if you Google it, right? It says the claim that I don't know how you pronounce his last name, but Lariel was Jewish or targeted in an Islamic attack has been widely reported as unverified and likely false. Initial reports and social media rumors, which gained significant traction, claimed he was Jewish and pro-Israel, linking his death to anti-Semitism. However, these claims originated from a social media post, and what happened was, I don't know who said that first. I don't know, but I do know some major news media started running with that, and they were saying Jewish professor unalive. They were saying that, right? Well, a friend came out and said that he wasn't Jewish, that he's from, I think it was from Portugal, and he's Catholic. That's what the friend came out saying. Well, you know what the professor studied, right? What he did, what that professor did. I don't know if you guys know what he did, but even if you don't, I'm going to tell you right now what he was actually doing. He was a very important guy. All right, so he was the director of MIT's Plasma Science and Fusion Center. Fusion Center deals with nuclear, okay? It deals with things like that. It can even deal with weapons. It can. Okay, it can even deal with fusion of biology. It could do with a lot of things. But I do know that he studied um I forgot the name or the term for it, but pretty much nuclear. Okay. Oh, it says right here, professor in both nuclear science engineering. So I'm gonna show you guys. It says right here. He was 47, passed away at the local hospital in Brookline, Mass. Laura was a director of MIT's Plasma Science Fusion Center and professor in both the nuclear science and engineering and physics department. The school said MIT said it was offering support and other services to his students, colleagues, others in the community. Okay? And it does say right here, he pursued his studies in Portugal and London and did protocol work at the Princeton Plasma Physics Laboratory. All right? Good evening. Good evening. All right. So you're like, what does the nuclear part got to do with it? What does the nuclear part got to do with it? Well, if we go back to the whole punishment for justice movement website, if you remember, it said down here, one of their main things, the group claimed academics were legitimate targets and war criminals who used their knowledge to develop weapons of mass destruction. And then you have the MIT professor who was teaching nuclear physics, fusion at MIT. And who do we give a lot of our weapons to? Hate to get political, but a lot of them go to it. We give a lot of weapons to Israel. We do. Everybody knows this. We do. Well, back to him being Jewish or not Jewish, right? Even if he's not Jewish, I found this. See if I can pull it up for you guys. And this is how I do a lot of my work. As you see, I'm letting you guys see in real time the process of what I do. This is the process I do for almost every single case that I look at. I do this process for everything. I dig deep. I try and find what other people aren't looking at. I try and see a loophole. I'll look at something like that interview and I noticed she wasn't asking him what the color of his eyes was, what he looked like. I just like, why wasn't she asking that? Like, I was reading the comments on the CNN page and nobody brought that question up. Not one person. And I'm thinking like I would have asked, like, you saw him, you're like, what do he look like? Was he black, white? I know his face was covered, but you saw his eye. Did it look like white eyes, black eyes, Chinese eyes? Tell me something, you know? But nothing was brought up, right? So let's see if I can find exactly where they got him being Jewish from. Because I was wondering, hold on, is he Jewish or not Jewish? And if he is Jewish, where did they get this Jewish from? I mean, it had to come from somewhere, right? Somebody had to say something about this. It didn't just come out of thin air. So let me see if I can find this for you guys. Um, but where is it at? I mean, so far, what do you guys think? Let me know. As I'm trying to find where it actually came from, because I remember it came from, let's see here. I'm just reading some of these sources because some sources are still saying that he has Jewish connections, but the thing is, you really don't know. That's the thing. Some sources are saying that. Trying to see the actual video that I saw.
Sometimes
Okay,
I get it wrong. Sometimes we all get it.
here we go. So then I came across this. Remember, if you remember, where did the professor die at? Technically die in the hospital, right? But where did the situation happen at? It happened at his house in the doorway. We opened up the door. So remember that, right? Listen to what she has to say.
This is crazy, so stick with me. Sometimes the press gets it wrong. Sometimes I get it wrong. Sometimes we all get it wrong. This is one of those times. On Monday night, when MIT professor Nuno Loureiro was murdered, it was believed he was Jewish. He is not. Let's unpack how this happened. A reporter saw Hanukkah decorations in the top floor of his apartment building. They believed that he was the only one who lived there. It's a 4-unit building with 3 floors. And on the top floor, his Jewish neighbors did have Hanukkah decorations. They did not belong to Nuno and his family. Now, to further cement this theory, there is a Threads account with his exact spelling that was saying pro-Israel things. Turns out it's a different Nuno Loureiro, does not belong to him. Now, I confirmed the truth by talking to some members of the MIT community. Some of them are involved in anti-Semitism fighting, and Nuno has never been on their radar as a Jew. He was not Jewish. Now, could this still relate to anti-Semitism? Sure. Maybe someone walked by and saw the Hanukkah decorations and assassinated him in the foyer thinking they were his. It's also possible that this assassination was related to his research, which is groundbreaking. We do not know. There are no suspects yet, and this is a developing story. I will keep you posted as more facts come in.
All right, so I found that. And she said he has, or not him, but the neighbors had Hanukkah decorations in the hallway. I saw another post that said there was Hanukkah decorations on the window because where he lived at, I looked at the address. It's like an apartment building where it looks like it's like one of those old, like it looks like a big house, but it's actually different apartments inside of it, you know? So if you don't know that, like I grew up in California, we didn't have buildings like they do here on the East Coast, right? It's different out there. So when I first came to the East Coast, you see some of these places, you think it's a big house, but it's really 4 different apartments inside. So if you don't know this and you're seeing it, you're like, hold on, you know, this is his house. He lives here, you know? So did they mistake him and think he was Jewish? Because of the decorations and him being a professor teaching what he was teaching and his neighbors are Jewish. Did they mistaken him and think that that's the part right there? That's the only part that you can't get a guaranteed is he or isn't he? Yes, duplex. So then you go to, oh, so you lived in one. Yeah, I lived in one too. I lived in when I first went to New York actually, because I was in New York for 2 years. And the first place I lived in one, it was like a duplex or four different apartments inside of one is what it was. Quadplex, I guess you would call it, or something like that. But from the outside, it looked like a big house. And you had one door, you open up the door, and then your hallway. And you had two apartments downstairs and two apartments upstairs, you know? But if you don't know that, you would think it's just somebody's house. So if you see decorations in the window, you see some Hanukkah decorations, you would probably think, oh, okay, that's his house. You know? I don't know. You guys tell me that. So you have the professor of MIT. I'm sorry, you have the professor at Brown, Rachel, who was not there that day for some reason, but is Jewish. You have this kid that got scrubbed from Brown's University's site. He was on their site. He's no longer on there. Mustafa, who's Palestinian, and his social media seems to be vanishing and everything else. Then you have this MIT professor who was pretty much assassinated 2 days later, who worked at MIT, who Rachel, the professor, went to MIT, and both kind of teaching the same type of thing. One was engineering and economics, and then his is engineering too, but on a different level, different scale. And then you have him, we don't know if he's Jewish or not. We really don't know, but we know he had Jewish decorations on the building. So then you have the massacre that happened in Australia. And that happened on the same day as Brown. And wasn't that was attacking Jewish people, right? Correct me if I'm wrong. Bondi in Australia, wasn't that attacking Jewish people on the same day as Brown? So if I'm right about that, and that did happen on the same day, then does that mean that website, Punishment for Justice, people carried it out? And they're just not telling us that? I don't know. I just find it very odd. Find it very weird that there's a lot of things that looks like this covered up, not covered up. Media telling us one thing, telling us another thing. Let's see if they have the live press conference going on right now. Let's see what's going on with this. Let's see. Still no live press conference. They're supposed to have a press conference at 4 o'clock. Saying that they have an identity. A terrorist cell. This is what you call a terrorist cell. Economic on welfare. She knows her stuff. So yeah, it was a Hanukkah parade. See, I didn't do a lot of research on the Bonnie thing, what happened out there, because I was so busy caught up on this. And then in the back of my head, I was like, wait, that happened on the same day. And it involved Jewish people. I'm sorry, it's just a coincidence that this happens on the same day and everybody that's involved has some sort of connection to the Jewish community. The professor at Brown, who wasn't there for some reason. You have the MIT professor. We don't know if he's one or not, but there was Hanukkah decorations on the house, so they could have mistaken him for one. I don't know. Then you have the beach. And the beach was filled with, and they were celebrating Hanukkah. Now, I will say something. I saw videos out there in Australia. I got to give it up for them. You know what? Y'all get applause for me. Them citizens was not playing. Them terrorists, they came out with guns. There was 3 of them. Long rifle gun shooting. And them terrorists took them down. I mean, the civilians took them down. The civilians took them down. That one guy got shot twice and still rushed him and took the gun from him, the weapon from him. I give him a lot of props for that. A lot of props. That was actually the first time I seen something like that. Us, we be running wild, crazy. Them, they was running to the violence, trying to stop them. Y'all get props for me on that one. So they can enforce pro-Israel policies. Yeah, that's what I said. I wanna see what you guys think. You know, of everything I brought to you guys. Now I say I could be wrong. I could be wrong. I could be. But this is just what I found. It's what I found going through the rabbit hole of this. It was one dot led to another dot, led to another domino falling, led to this domino falling, led to this, and led to that. So 3 days ago, like I told you, the news is now saying that there is a connection.
But now sources are telling Fox News that they
Hold
have
on.
finally identified a suspect in the horrific Brown University shooting that left 2 students dead, 9 injured, but he's still on the loose. Now, we're seeing action right now in Salem, New Hampshire, where a search is ongoing. Boston 25 is reporting that it's related to the shooter and the investigation, saying that the FBI agents and members of state police are on the scene. So at this hour, we're still waiting for authorities to hold their press conference. They postponed it hours ago, and we knew there must be something big happening for them to have done that. We will bring it to you and any breaking coverage as this comes. And a new twist. After authorities declared this week that the Brown shooting and the killing of that MIT professor
Glitterbricks,
were
I'm gonna answer that
unrelated,
question for you real quick.
New reporting is revealing that police are now investigating a possible connection. Here to weigh in, live from Providence, Rhode Island, is Paul Morrow, Fox News contributor, former NYPD inspector.
She said now they're looking at a possible connection. I made the connection on my desk sitting here in my little office 3 days ago, and now y'all making a connection? Come on. So glitter bricks. I'm gonna answer that. We said you're about 5 minutes behind, so I don't know if you already discussed why do you think the media is being so. What I was telling them, glitter bricks. I don't know if they're being hush on the suspect, but they're being hush on these connections. And I'll break it down to you just really quick. Um, the professor who was at Brown University, the main professor who was supposed to be in the classroom was not there that day. For some reason, she wasn't there, and they have not said why. Well, that professor, she's Jewish. She teaches in Jewish studies and economics, and then also she practices in immigration law with Israel. Okay, for when they come to America, and that's what she studies. And she also got her PhD from MIT. And then there's this kid named Mustafa who's from Palestinian. It was his first year at Brown. They scrubbed everything off of their website. I came across him because I was doing research of the students who were in the classroom. So I came across him, and then stuff was missing about him. And then I found other people found that out too on X and everything else. And not only that, he also kind of looks similar. And I'm not saying he did it, but he looks similar to the guy that they show walking around kind of with the belly and stuff. Like, he looks similar, kind of the same type of shape guy. I'm not saying he did it, but he just looks similar. Then the professor at MIT, who was unalive 2 days after the Brown incident, there's a big debate on if he was Jewish or not, because there was decorations at his house of Hanukkah. But come to find out, I guess his neighbors are the ones who are really Jewish. But the MIT professor taught at MIT, and he taught nuclear science and things like that, where people can take that information and make weapons of mass destruction. And there was this site on that was a public website called Public of Justice. I can't remember the actual name of it, but the website was offering rewards for people who would do things to Jewish people. And it had names and passports and things like that. They took the website down. This website was just recently. It was as of last November, the website was up. So the media that's what the media is not showing us. They're not showing us that part. So I just had to answer Glitterbricks question. Yeah, Aussie people don't know. I watched them about a bunch of times. I had to watch them take it down. I was proud of it. It's like, y'all, that one man got shot twice and still ran at the gunman and took it from him. I was clapping. Like, you go. Us? We running over women and children trying to save ourselves over here. Over there, they was running to it. Oh, I want an Aussie in my corner if something go down. Economic warfare says that he was brought to Brown for this very purpose, the powers that be. So do you think that, who do you think brought him to Brown, first of all? Who do you think brought him to Brown? I'm asked that question. We'll go with that. While you answer that, let's let this play.
Also with me, Rob Chadwick, former FBI supervisory special agent. Paul, let's start with you. They have a name. Can we trust this time that they're chasing after the right person?
Well, it certainly seems so, Laura. I would mention that let's recognize they have an arrest warrant, which means they had enough for probable cause. They went to a judge and they got that.
So they got an arrest warrant.
That in lieu of the press conference, they've set up a command center. Anybody who's ever been in the middle of these sort of interstate complex investigations and pursuits, there's a lot of moving parts. You need a central brain location to sort of synchronize the entire thing. The same people running a press conference are going to be running that situation room to keep the whole operation moving. So that's why they've canceled the press conference. A lot of moving part right now, but I would tell you that by far this is the buzziest day we've had up here, the most movement, and they do seem to be in pursuit of this person as we speak.
All right. So he said they canceled the press conference because it looks like they got this person surrounded, or whoever it is. People are followers and are afraid of and why the American government is quiet and pressed to. People are followers. Sheep, right? Almost everybody's a sheep. Yes, men. Yes, women. Following. Scared to stand up for what they believe in. Scared to do something. Just like the video I did a couple days ago about Frazier Baker, the young lady who was found unalived in her car behind the church. And then I read the court affidavit, and in the court affidavit, it says in the actual court affidavit that the last place she was seen in the gas station, and she was seen with the man who did it, and the man was beating her up inside the gas station. Inside of the gas station, in front of the camera, putting hands on her and throwing her into the cooler and throwing stuff at her. And not one person wanted to intervene, and there had to be a clerk there. The clerk didn't say nothing. The clerk didn't call 911. The clerk didn't do jack nothing. If somebody could have saved her life that day, if at least one person said something, but nobody said nothing because they were scared. People are scared. Yeah, so I asked Economic Warfare. She said that earlier. She said he was brought to Brown for this very purpose. So I asked her, who does she think brought him to Brown? Economic Warfare says it could be handlers of the CIA, FBI, or some other clandestine shadow government ops. The people are grand chess players planning for the centuries in the future. Interesting. So you think that our officials put him in there to set an agenda so on the media can blast this out? Is that what you think? Our laws also punish people who intervene. You got a point there. You do. We know that happened. She was in not a nice area in Charlotte, okay? And sad to say, but when you're in the ghetto areas, the hood areas, almost a lot of people have a background record around those areas. I mean, we know this. And a lot of times you're scared to do something because you're scared if you intervene, you could be the one getting caught and getting thrown to jail because you got 2 strikes or you're on probation or you're on parole. So instead of them looking at you like you saved the day, oh, you shouldn't have been there in the first place. You shouldn't have done this, and now you're in jail. So I get it. I get it. So you think our officials put him in there? Pug says, yes, our government's behind more of this stuff than we know. So do you think that's why that kid's name was scratched from the Browns University site so quick? Here's another thing, actually. So that first guy that they said remember the first guy they got? They're like, oh, we got this guy, and oh, never mind, he's not him. And because he had guns in the hotel room or something like that, remember, it was so fast. Because if you think about it, after every time there was a mass shooting, usually we always get the guy. Most of the time we do. Think about that. We get the guy almost every time. Either he unalives himself or we get the guy right then and there some sort of way. This is the first time I can recall where somebody did a mass shooting and we didn't catch them within the first 24 hours. Some people are scared, like, where's this guy at? So the first guy, I thought about two little scenarios with that. I thought about, was the first guy a smokescreen? You know, they just kind of threw a name at our face and they're like, wait, we can't use this man. These people might be too smart and they're going to see he's not connected. Or how you said he was put there on purpose, right? But if he was put there on purpose by, let's say, all right, so you say there's, you said CIA, FBI. We all know these groups sometimes don't get along. Interpol, FBI, CIA, U.S. Marshals. We all know sometimes these people don't get along, right? These groups. I know there's, even in your state police sometimes don't get along with city police. City police don't get along with sheriffs. I mean, it happens, right? Let's say that, for example, one of these groups put them there, okay? And if you remember the first guy, they went to the first guy from an anonymous tip. Remember that? Anonymous tip. So what if the group that put him there was the anonymous tippers and said, go check this guy out. Go check him out. He's got all you need in the hotel room, while the real person left and prepared to go down by MIT and take out the professor. Like I said, it's only an hour away. All the cops are focusing and got all the city police focusing on this guy. The mayor, everybody's focusing on this guy. Oh, we got the guy. And the real guy going down the street got other plans. No press conference right away. It's sketchy. Yes, it is. Let's see what the rest of these knuckleheads got to say.
And Rob, it looks like they have found the suspect's car. It was abandoned near a storage facility. I'm from New England.
We got a car.
I know Salem, New Hampshire very well. I went to school in New Hampshire. So this is not that far from Boston. It's fairly close. But they pegged that car. I think it had been located, it looks like, at the scene of the crime. We saw a lot of internet sleuths that were picking.
What'd you say? Hold on. The Terry Detective, the feds are probably watching your show now. And information, you did the hard work. What was it? The Fraser Baker case. Before Lorenza got arrested, I did a whole background on him and everything before he got arrested. Showed the social media, everything. And then what happens? What happened the very next day? They arrest him 24 hours later. I'm like, come on, y'all. Come on. I wouldn't be shocked. I wouldn't be shocked. I would not be shocked. If they're watching, if y'all watching, please like and subscribe, please. Comment every once in a while, too. Let me know you're watching.
Picking out, I think, that same particular vehicle over the weekend. What do you make of this activity in Salem, New Hampshire at this hour, Rob?
You know, Laura, Paul is spot on there. All of the resources are going to be either in the command center or deployed, you know, at where they think the subject may be. So at this point, I would say the citizens in and around that area need to take shelter.
They don't want to
stay
tell us the
inside,
name now.
wait for further communication
They
from
made that
the
mistake the
authorities.
first time, I guess.
Because this is by no means over. But, you know, you had earlier, Paul had reported about license plate readers. I'm sure that played part of this investigation and be able to locate this vehicle relatively
Oh my God.
quickly.
License plate readers. The video I made that I took down because I had the original guy's name that they said, oh, he's not the suspect no more. The original video, which I still have, the original video. You know how I said how they caught that man? License plate readers. When did I take that video down? What day did this happen? Oh, come on, y'all.
And Paul, one thing that was very odd, I think, at the beginning of this was when we heard about the tragic shooting of the MIT professor. He was an expert in nuclear fusion. He was researching clean, unlimited, limitless supply of energy through nuclear fusion, one of the foremost experts in the world on this emerging technology.
Wow, what did I just tell you guys earlier? What did I just tell you guys earlier about his nuclear fusion and what that website wanted people wiped away for? Wow. Now they're trying to talk about this stuff. Now they're speaking on it. Interesting.
Almost right off the bat, authorities said, oh, this is unrelated. And before I'd known that on the show, I said Tuesday or Monday, this just seems really weird that within 50 miles and 2 days, prestigious institutions, there are these 3 people dead. And everyone was like, oh, no, not related. I didn't understand that at all, especially when we had no suspects.
Yeah, I mean, your mind had to go right to that, right? We had these 2 unusual killings, and they're in relative proximity to each other, and there seemed to be some commonalities. There was an anti-Semitism overlay because the professor here at Brown was in the Judaic Studies program, and of course, reportedly, the MIT professor was also a strong and
Did you just hear that? Did you just hear that? Hold on, wait.
vocal proponent of it. Reportedly, the MIT professor was also a strong.
He's not saying, why don't he say her name? He said the MIT professor. Hold on.
And vocal proponent of the professor here at Brown was in the Judaic Studies program, and of some commonalities. There was an anti-Semitism overlay because the professor here at Brown was in the Judaic Studies program, and of course, reportedly, the MIT.
What did I just tell y'all? 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 But he's not saying her name. Say the name, Rachel. That's the professor, Rachel. Wow. Now these people want to come to light and tell everything. Now they do. And you know what the thing was? Here's the thing. When I came across this 3 days ago, I can't remember exactly. I think it was 3 days ago when I started coming across this. I really debated. Really on if I should talk about this or not. I actually debated on that. Should I talk about this connection? And the reason why I debated this was because I didn't want people to look at me like, oh, he's a crazy conspiracy theorist. He's gone off his rocker. He's cuckoo now. I didn't want people to look at me that way, right? Because I like bringing facts. I like bringing something that's real, and I don't like telling lies, okay? But when I opened my laptop today, and the first thing I saw was possible connection, and it was from Fox News. Oh, yeah, let me tell y'all what I found. Because now I know I'm on the right track. I know I'm on the right track. These people. Remember the movie Catch Me If You Can, and the government wound up hiring him? Yeah, Detroit detective. Why I keep saying Detroit? The detective. Tarrant. Do you know my story, right? You know my story of how I was on the run for 15 years from the law. That's why I started doing this channel. I didn't do it while I was on the run, obviously, but I started doing this channel because I lived on the other side of the law. I ran from the police for 15 years, and I did it. I had to be a step above them. I had to learn how they think. I had to learn what their process is and outthink them. That's what I had to do. So maybe that's why I can look at certain things and see loopholes. But it's funny you said that, because when I turned myself in, right, after all that time, I ended up turning myself in because things started to catch up. The judge, one of the first things he did was, "Oh yeah, I know this case. You're reminding me of the movie Catch Me If You Can." And so I had to come home after he released me to watch that movie, because I do remember it. It's funny you said that. Jay just solved a fusion problem this year. I said to myself, they're working on fusion weapon. Ah, did they? I didn't know that. They are taking your talking points. Yes, they are. They got the information from you. Oh, they gonna offer Ray 6-7 figures, and we ain't gonna have any more heads up. Oh, she said, "Oh, we ain't gonna have any more heads up. 6-7 figures. That's a lot of money. I might have to think about that one. 6-7 figures. Well, 6 figures. I'll be honest with you. 6 figures ain't enough. I'm still gonna give y'all the real. 6 figures ain't enough. I'm still gonna give y'all real. I'm not rich by any means, but I have a couple businesses to where I can say I'm doing all right. I'm doing way better than what I did growing up. So them offering me 6 figures, not to tell y'all something or keep my mouth shut, I'm going to give them the middle finger and I'm going to say F it. I'm going to keep giving y'all it because I'm going to keep doing me. Hopefully this YouTube channel grows that much anyway. Now 7 figures, I might have to think about that one. I don't know. He's talking about the MIT guy. Your theory of their connect is we'll find out. Conspiracy theory means that you're a very intelligent, critical thinker. Thank you. Yes, I plan on. So I have the book. The book is going through editing. There's only like 10 more chapters left to edit, and then once the book's done and the book's released, after that, I'm going to be shopping the story to like Netflix, Hulu, things like that. So if they get a mini series or whatever. It also goes against Trump's heavy push for oil. Explain that. Explain that, please. I didn't think about that. Explain that. I want to see what else they're talking about. Hold on.
MIT professor was also a
This was
strong
posted
and
an hour
vocal
ago, by the way. This
proponent
was posted
of
an hour ago.
Israel. And then, of course, we had all the things that happened around the world. We had Australia. We had our troops that were killed in Syria. And so
He just brought up Australia. But he didn't say exactly what. But he just brought up Australia, man.
the commonality seemed to be maybe Iran, maybe some kind of Islamist event. But right now, all of that is still up in the air, and I hesitate to speculate too much. Iran is not going to use a low-rent person who wanders in and happens upon, I believe, just came into an unguarded building because the security was so bad. I mean, has it come to that's the kind of person they're weaponizing? I'd be skeptical. But that doesn't mean there isn't a link here. Very often these things end up being a lot more prosaic than they seem. So we're going to have to wait and see. I do think that we're going to get something going on tonight relative to an apprehension and maybe at a late night press conference.
Rob, how concerned are authorities on the scene that there could be...
He says, wouldn't nuclear fusion help power AI? That is a very good question. Hold on. That's a good question. Let's find out. Let's find out. See what it says. Oh, you're onto something. You're onto something. Nuclear fusion and AI are mutually beneficial. AI helps control complex fusion reactions, prediction, instabilities, optimizing plasma to make it valuable, while fusion promises the vast clean energy needed to power energy. Hungry AI, creating a feedback loop where AI accelerates fusion, leading to a future with abundant clean power for AI and other demands. Companies like TAE, companies like TAE Technologies are merging with tech film firms, and it has in parentheses Trump Media, to deliver this fusion power for AI. Wow. Okay, all right, you're getting onto something. You're definitely buying a book. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, yeah, and I just saw that video's been posted an hour ago. So, I mean, come on, now these people are starting to come out and say this. But yeah, I had a debate of like, I got home 2 days ago and I was like, my last video actually was on the woman who was found in the freezer at Dollar Tree. That was my last video, right? Before I did that video, I was even sitting in the same chair, just looking like this. Debating. Should I put this out here? Should I do this? Should I say this info? Are people gonna look at me like I'm insane and crazy because I'm probably gonna be the only one saying it right now? And I seriously sat here and debated in my chair about it. Let's see if they found this guy.
There's also word that, and last night at this time we were talking about the fact that they had put out this picture of a.
Let's see what News Nation has to say. This was put out 47 minutes ago.
Art, there's also word that, and last night at this time we were talking about the fact that they had put out this picture of a second person of interest who they thought had crossed paths with the suspect at some point when he was wandering around and casing the neighborhood for more than 5 hours. They apparently found that second person of interest and spoke to him. Is it possible he was able to provide key information to identify this suspect?
That's a very good possibility. I mean, there is some video out there of him running, and there's been some assumptions made that he possibly saw that particular individual, and that he started to run. Either the person recognized him or he didn't want to.
Yeah, so they were looking for this person the other day too, because they like walked by them and looked like they talked to each other. So they were looking for this person as well. I actually forgot about this guy.
Want to be seen at that particular location. So it's going to be interesting to see how all these things fall into place. But I'll tell you, there is a lot of frustration out there that there's not a lot of information coming out of the task force. But I think that's got to do with the fact that once they picked up that first person of interest and then they released him, they caught a lot of heat for that. So I think after that criticism, they sort of kept everything under a tight lid. And really, we haven't heard anything coming out of these press conferences of really good value other than hopefully today.
Right, but Art, to that point, apparently not just local, but state officials were extremely frustrated with FBI Director Cash.
They're not saying much of nothing. Let's see what she got to say. This is live. This is live right here.
Okay, what exactly is happening in my town?
And Leanna, too, I know that the officers primarily are setting up a perimeter and kind of blocking off the area. Have you seen any officers that appear, with flashlights, look like they're looking through that neighborhood that you're near at all?
Unfortunately, I haven't seen any of that as of yet. Again, because we're so far back, all we're really seeing are the police cars that are blocking whatever investigation is actually happening 500 feet away. So from what we're seeing right now, it's mainly just the police line, but I haven't been able to see any officers, coming and going, putting up flashlights, opening car doors, looking into cars. All of that is happening much farther up.
And this is really right off the interstate. I've gone up there many times. I have relatives that live up there. What was that like? How far off the highway is this?
extremely close. As soon as you get off the highway, you kind of turn onto this main road, and then from there you see the Pep Boys, you see this main city center. This essentially is the first greeting you get when you're entering Salem. So as soon as you get off the highway and you're entering the city, this is what you're seeing. You see all the businesses, and then you see all of the red and blue lights from the officers.
All right, Leanna Falk on scene for us in Salem, New Hampshire. She's going to keep gathering new information and bring it to us live. We want to switch gears now. We want to turn to NBC 10's John Perrick. He is at Brown University tonight. And John, I know you've been speaking with students.
All right, so maybe they're going to catch somebody tonight.
What are you hearing right now at this hour?
Maybe we are. We'll find out.
Emily, everyone is on the edge of their seat. All week long, there's one thing everyone's wanted, and it's an answer. Everyone's wanted a suspect in
$2,000
custody,
stimulus for a
and
third
right
term.
now, at least after speaking with the victims' friends, they feel that we're close to that.
When is your merchandise coming out?
Out here along Brook Street,
actually,
here in Brown, behind me, that's the engineering building in
there
question.
should
Here
be a
along Brook,
link
we've
in
seen
the
some
YouTube
students come here,
bio because
put
I
down
have
flowers,
some,
light candles.
It just
pay their
released, I
respects to
believe it was
those
this
who lost
morning.
their
The
lives here in
merchandise
this
just released
tragedy.
this morning. I
And
got
we
from
actually
Fugitive
spoke
TV,
with a few students
hats,
a moment
shirts,
ago. We also
hoodies.
spoke
I even
with a
got crop
local
tops.
business employee
Actually,
here that just came
I got a
here
hat coming in
to
myself.
pay their respects as
It
we
should be
now
here
have
any minute.
this new development up in New Hampshire.
When you watch my videos,
So they're really
you should see
feeling
the
a
link,
sense of
or you
relief
should
there.
see, like, when you watch my videos, it should be advertised right under the video
well,
now. Or it's
certainly
about
a sense
to be.
of relief. Again, it's we can't
Thank you
emphasize
for
it
asking
enough.
that
There's
question.
no one around here that doesn't want this person
I'm not the
in
best
custody,
salesman when
and
it comes to selling my
it's
merch.
been a long week for so
I don't
want
wanna push products on people,
and
you know?
right now, at least, especially
I want to give you the
talking
real,
to,
and if you support me,
Jack
hey, you support
DePremio,
me.
one
Then it
of
helps
the
this
friends
channel
of
grow.
Mohammed Aziz Umersakoff,
Because then
he told
I can
me
actually,
that all he wants for Christmas is a suspect in custody.
because then I can actually go out to the scenes and report from the scene. So, like, for example, I'm actually leaving in about a week, and I'm going to be going somewhere. So you're going to see me reporting from a different background, probably from the hotel room. I'm going to be somewhere for a week reporting out there and doing some interviews and things like that. I have an actual interview coming up in a couple days too with a mother who she believes, I don't know if you guys been following Breonna Aguilera, her case, how the police said she unalived herself and jumped down 17 stories from the apartment building. Well, there's a mother that's out here in Florida where the police pretty much went into the situation and did the exact same thing. Say he unalived himself right then and there and didn't do no investigation, no nothing, and pretty much was like, all right, wrap it up. And she doesn't believe that happened that way due to some evidence that I'm, looking into and things like that. And then the person, the head cop who was in charge of all of it, I don't know if you guys remember this, is the same cop that fired into her patrol car because an acorn fell on the hood, and she had a guy in the car and handcuffed. I don't know if you guys ever saw that. And an acorn fell on the hood. She turned around and started firing. That same cop is in charge of her son's investigation. So I got an interview coming with her. Trying to see if they got anything important going on that's going to happen with this, with the whole Brown thing. So right now they're saying that it's a standoff. Whoever's inside the building that they're looking for, right now it's a standoff, is what I'm seeing. Trying to see if I can find somebody that's actually reporting exactly what's going on.
Wow. And then, folks, what happens if he's not there? Now what?
Good question.
Apparently, they know who the suspect is. There's a warrant out for their arrest, according to media. Mainstream media is reporting it. I don't see a stretcher either. Great point. I don't see a stretcher. I don't see anyone taking out handcuffs. I don't see a stretcher. I don't see an ambulance there at the scene.
This right here is JLR Investigates. I watch them sometimes.
This is the most intense thing I've seen in a while. The car in Salem, New Hampshire, is what led authorities to investigate the link between the Brown mass shooting and the killing of MIT professor. The car in Salem is what led authorities to investigate the link. All right, the car. There is a link between the MIT professor murder and the Brown University shooting. There is a link.
Look, now everybody talking about this connection.
So you just saw a full force of them. It looked like about a dozen of them walking in with guns, tactical gears, camouflage, you know, the fatigues. They're in there. They're in there. Never seen anything like this, ever. Have you? On this level, they say that this last time something like this on this magnitude happened was the Boston bombers to Narzav, right? Remember, found in a boat? The Tanarzev.
They don't want to release his name yet.
Almost every day of this case, something new and crazy has come out. From the very first day this happened to them having a person of interest from a hotel, and then after that, the FBI going side by side all over around Brown, picking up bottles and putting things in bags and crime scene tape and just the latest, you know, the press conferences.
See if we can find anybody else.
Wow.
So far, you see what's happening. They got some standoff going on.
So I think that even more so if we hear from them, whether it's tonight or tomorrow, and they say that, yes, we believe there's a link, this is what we're working, I would say that the degree of certainty would be absolutely very high at that point.
Brooke Taylor just sent out something 5 minutes ago. She's been the one that's been really clued into what's happening on the ground out there. Taylor saying this. She says, sources on the ground tell me that the suspected shooter has a storage unit under his name in the facility where the abandoned car was found in New Hampshire. So it seems that the suspect does have a unit. Agents, she says, have entered the facility, but not his unit, she says. Video shows him going into the storage facility at some point, but police are still trying to determine if he ever left. Okay, so some new reporting coming in from Brooke Taylor, and I'll reread this because there was a lot of information in that. She says, and there it is. Sources on the ground tell me that the suspected shooter has a storage unit under his name in the facility where the abandoned car was found in New Hampshire. Agents have entered the facility, but not his unit. Video shows him going into the storage facility at some point, but police are still trying to determine if he ever left. If we're going off of Brooke's reporting here, Josh, what are law enforcement, and there's many agencies down there, what are their thoughts, and really what type of strategy are they looking ahead to if they don't know if the suspect has left this facility or not?
You know, just minutes ago,
How you not know?
We saw on that aerial shot, we saw that line of officers kind of march down that the side of that building and enter through that bay door. You know, they've been holding that bay door since
So they saw him
we've
walk
gotten that
in,
footage, you know,
a little
making sure that it was
confused
covered,
here.
making sure no one came or left. And I am pretty
There's
sure
aerial footage,
that they have
obviously.
a solid perimeter set on that building. So I'm assuming that while we've been here, while we've been talking about this, that they were securing a warrant for the actual storage building and probably the storage unit in question. So once that warrant was achieved, was awarded, they made entry, from what I'm assuming, this is speculation, but educated speculation, that they made entry into that.
I had no
storage building,
idea
and I
this
think
was
we
going to
can
go
see the
down when I
door
decided to go
actually
live
being shut
tonight.
at this point.
I had no idea
Here in that storage
this was going to go
building.
down
So,
when I went live tonight.
at this point, I think they're going to do a very dedicated, committed search of that entire facility and property, clearing storage, you know, any kind of storage unit that's not locked, anywhere that somebody could get. And it's a massive structure. I mean, that is tens of thousands of square feet that they're going to have to search through, make sure that it's a safe working environment tactically so that they can then focus their efforts on the one storage unit in question that they believe is his and start at that point
And that's a
clearing
lot to
that.
search
If
through.
he
That
is
is a
still in
lot.
that storage unit, there's going to be a lot. We're going to slow
He
everything
could be
down.
anywhere in there.
We're going to make sure that that storage unit is clear. I mean, we're talking about somebody that has shot, at least from what we know, 9 people, possibly another killed 2, possibly 3.
If he in there, you think he
There
coming out
may be
alive?
explosives
Do you
involved.
think
There
he's
may be
coming out
other
alive
firearms
if
involved.
he's in
So this
there?
search
Or
is
do
going
you
to have to
think
be
he's going
very
out with a bang?
methodical to make sure that the officers stay safe, that we preserve the integrity of any evidence that we might
I'd be
find,
scared the whole
and that
place
if
is
there
gonna
is
blow
a
up, to be honest with
shooter,
you. I'd be
that
scared to even go
shooter
in
is
there. I'd be like,
taken
the
into
whole place might
custody
blow up.
if we can
Might be a
safely
trick.
do that. So all of this stuff is probably happening right now, and unfortunately, it's all happening quite literally behind closed doors. But I've been in this situation more times than I can remember where an investigation leads us to a particular location. We set up a perimeter. We hold what we have. We get a search warrant just to make sure that we're dotting our I's, crossing our T's. Anything we find inside, we want to be able to use for further prosecution and for conviction down the line. So we secure that search warrant. We enter that building. We search that building, whether it takes seconds, minutes, hours, to make sure that it's a safe working environment for everyone involved. Once we do that, if there's no one inside, there's no danger, no threats, we pull in investigators, we pull in dogs, we pull in anything we can to help us sift through whatever it is we're searching for, whatever it is that we're looking for. And
So
like I
I
said,
just
kind of in
got
the beginning, and we're going to garner anything we
some
can
pictures.
out of that structure to point us in a new direction.
I just got. So Julia Justice Talks, or Justice Talks with Julia. Sorry, I don't know if she's still in here, but she was in here earlier. I told you she helps me do a lot of research, right? And this is what she found. She actually found the actual deleted from the guy Mustafa. Remember I told you it was deleted? She actually found his deleted profiles. Center for Human Rights and Humanitarian Studies. Is what this profile says. See if I can make this even bigger. Let's see if it focuses. If it doesn't focus, then I'll just switch it to. There we go. There we go. Center for Human Rights and Humanitarian Studies. Student Spotlight. As you see, Student Spotlight. Mustafa. So that was on their website that they deleted. Then it's got a whole article that's talking about him. This is him right here. Research Apprenticeship Spotlight. Mustafa Karbak, 27 years old. So this is the one who was erased from the profile. And then, so you can see, let it focus. Brown. Meet our student assistants. Then if you scroll over, meet our student assistants. Mustafa Karbak, 27. She also found photos that were deleted of him at the school. That's a photo of him that was deleted at the school. Another photo right here. As you see the red arrows pointing down to him. Oh, we even have a video. There's even a video, hold on, of him. Look at this, y'all. Put my mic down to show you this. Show you that one more time. Fresh off the press from Justice Talks with Julia. Seeing what else she sent me. Fresh off the press. The build of the body is the same. It is, isn't it? It's the same. Like I said, I can't say it's him, but it is the same. Just makes you wonder, makes you think, why? Why? Let's see if anything good happened so far.
Two big things sticking out to me right now. Correct me if my thinking's on point here. The fact that this suspect, if we're going to go off of Brooks' reporting, the fact that this suspect has a unit at this storage facility would indicate to me, Josh, that this is not a random location. This suspect did not drop this vehicle off at a random location and flee. This very well appears to be a location that the suspect knows.
Could be a setup.
The reporting is true that there is a unit under the suspect's name at this
Could
facility.
be a setup.
And the other thing that comes to mind, let's say the suspect is not in this facility. They could have grabbed any number of things out of that facility and then continued on their way. Josh, your thoughts?
Correct. We're not sure, but this may have been a random stop where we just got lucky and he caught the car while he was there making a random stop to pick up something that was related to a crime or was not. Or this may have been in his plan all along, where this was a bug out checkpoint. Maybe when he thought the heat was getting too high, maybe when he thought that the police were closing in too much, he'd stash some.
I don't know about y'all, but
other items that would help
where
him
are the police at?
continue to
Inside?
evade police at the storage unit. He would drive this car. He'd get whatever it was he needed out of the storage unit and use this as
you
a
would think
checkpoint
it'd be
to jump off.
they would have a cop by the
somewhere
door,
else as
a couple by the
someone
door right
else
there.
with something else. I mean, he
Outside,
could have even had
I see
another
a bunch
car
of wide
already
openness.
parked there, already staged, knowing that, hey, once this car's burned, once they start closing in, I got to ditch this car to pick up another one. All these things could be a possibility. Like I said, it could be coincidental. He could have had this storage unit for 10 years and just have a bunch of junk in there and make a random stop. But I speculate that that's not the case, that this was either to drop something off that, he may not have wanted police to find, or to pick something up to help continue to evade police, whether it was a change of clothes, more food, another vehicle, weapons, explosives. That question is to be answered. We don't know what his plans are. If the shooting at Brown and the shooting at MIT were linked, this may just be, once again, just another step in a series of crimes that he has planned. And if he's working with other people, this may also be, just another step in meeting those people, or a handoff of some items or weapons to some of those other people to continue this spree. We just don't know at this case. And unfortunately, police obviously are being fairly tight-lipped about what they do know and why.
Well. I'm quite sure he's a assailant or the scapegoat. Remember the Charlie Kirk incident and the similarities of the movie Snake Eye? Yeah, could be a scapegoat. I mean, what do you guys think from from the beginning? If you heard the whole what I came across, what Julia just sent me to, what she just sent me as well, like right to my phone. She went and researched all that quick and found that. Think about we. This is why I don't understand sometimes. I don't understand this sometimes. Okay, is that I'm a regular old Joe Smo sitting here on this chair talking to you guys, right? And sometimes I feel that I can do these research and find these things out before they're telling us. So I wonder sometimes they know it, it's not telling us, or they really just don't know or don't know yet, and they're just clueless. Or are they just lazy and don't want to do the proper work? I think about that. And then you have somebody like Julia who just, as you saw, she researched for an hour and came up with video and pictures and everything within an hour. Mustafa is a refugee. He does have a motive. Hi, Vicky. Hope your day has been great. Thank you for popping in and saying hi. Yeah, he does have, he has a motive. You're right. He has an actual motive. Palestinian refugee. The professor was Jewish. And she's probably, we saw her background. We saw Fox News talk about it for once, what her background was. Her studies was in that religion, mixed with economics. So I'm wondering what she was teaching in the classroom. I'm wondering that. What was she teaching in the classroom? But her classroom was one of the most popular classes, they said, too. But why wasn't she there on the night everything happened? Bang. The corporate media is run by the government, basically. They won't say anything that they aren't allowed to. You're right. They're reading off a teleprompt. They are reading off a teleprompt. As soon as one of these reporters in front of one of these desks, one of these stations, say something that's not on that teleprompt of how they feel, they're probably immediately fired. They're probably immediately fired. I am actually going to look in that. I definitely will. Economic warfare, you sound like you got a lot to say. You sound like you got a lot to say. Like you've been doing a lot of research yourself on certain things. I will look into that. And they're still waiting around this storage facility. And at the same time, there's still people sitting in the press conference waiting around for the press conference. It's just a big cluster F going on right now. They don't know. I don't think they know what they doing, to be honest with you. They're looking stupid. They're Oh yeah, Christopher Dorn, was he the one that supposedly shot people and then ran into the forest or something like that in the hills in LA? Was that him, Christopher Dorner, the black guy? You talking about him? And then they say he unalived himself. Was that him? It was Hanukkah. That's why she wasn't there. Ah. What about the kids who are Jewish though? What about them? You're right. They do play a role. All right. Here we go. The star, Julia, what she says, the car, a gray Nissan Sentra with main plates, and some reports was flagged via license plate readers, meeting one used by the suspect, who swapped plates. So Julia says that he tried to swap the plates. Then Julia came with, it's the same make and model connected to Monday's fatal shooting at the MIT professor. They tried to tell us this wasn't connected. They tried their best. The media tried to tell us that this was not connected when this first came out. There was no connection, people. You have nothing to worry about. That's what, if you go on YouTube right now and you go to videos and you go to when it first happened, they're going to tell you there's no connection. They're going to tell you it's no connection when they first, And you have people like me and Julia sitting here making a connection. like it ain't nothing. Like earlier, the comment said it's obvious. They think we're stupid, man. They think we're really dumb. They really do. They think we're dumb. It was just too obvious. You had all these shootings happening within 2 days of each other. The professor, the beach, the Bondi beach in Hanukkah with the Jewish people out there, and then here at Brown University and a Jewish professor. The one thing they're not saying is if he went in there just randomly shooting people or he actually had a target. That's the one thing they're not saying. Now, I will say, 2 people that passed away. One girl, she was the head of her Republican class or something like that. I don't know if she was Jewish or not. I just know she was the head of her Republican class. Then the other kid who passed away, I believe he was Muslim. He was from the Middle East, I believe, but he was sitting next to her. So let's say if he went in aiming for her, he could have got the aftermath. The car is in a storage right now. I wonder what is in a storage unit. A bomb. I shouldn't say that. Let's see here. See if they found something.
Shortly after we heard that they had a suspect named, we also heard that law enforcement agencies were, in fact, looking into a possible connection between the Brown University mass shooting and then the MIT shooting that happened 2 days later. And now today, that brings us to New Hampshire, where this scene that you're looking at right now started off as what we understood was a search of a vehicle outside of a storage facility in the area. We later heard from Brooke Taylor that sources confirmed to her that the suspected shooter.
So the gray Nissan
was found.
Julia, you said that was a gray Nissan,
so
right?
That's why there's been so much
gray
focus on the
Nissan
storage
Sentra.
facility. It started with an
So
abandoned
is that a
vehicle,
gray Nissan Sentra right
and
there,
then
right
after
sitting
that,
right in front of the storage
Brooke
unit?
Taylor reporting
Is that a
that
Nissan?
the
Sentra?
suspect, who remains unnamed, does
That's
reportedly have a
parked
storage
right in
unit
front of
under
the-
their name within this facility. Now, Taylor also says that law enforcement officers, as of now, have not made contact.
I don't know.
with the
Be honest with you, if
suspected
that
shooter. In
is the
fact,
car that's
it's
parked right in
unknown
front of
whether or
it,
not
if that is the
shooter
car,
is even in this
that
vicinity.
is a little
That's
too
simply
obvious
something we
for
don't
me.
have
I'm
an
sorry.
answer to
That's
right
a little
now.
too
This
obvious.
is the latest post from Brooke, and again, she has been plugged in on the ground here. She says, this is the latest post, sources on the ground tell her that the suspected shooter has a storage unit under his name in the facility where the abandoned car was found in New Hampshire. Agents have entered the facility, but not his unit, she says. Video shows him going into the storage facility at some point, but police are still trying
Was he a
to
student
determine
in that particular
if he
class?
ever left.
That is what I'm
And
trying
that's where
to
things
find
stand
out.
tonight. We've been showing you this triple box. One of our feeds, courtesy of WBZ, has been giving us a bird's eye view of this investigation. We have seen throughout the night as officers have, and I'll also mention, a fairly relaxed body posture. This is something that I and all of our law enforcement experts have noticed as the evening has gone on. A more relaxed body posture. Some reporting from Fox seemed to indicate that the reason why for some time we had seen law enforcement officials standing around was simply because they were combing through some surveillance footage. They were trying to look through the footage in an effort to glean whether or not
I don't know,
the
y'all.
suspect was in this building or not. Some of Taylor's reporting indicated that there was evidence that he had entered the facility, but it was a little unclear whether or not they actually got a visual on that.
The Terror
suspect
says,
leaving
I
the
wonder
building.
what
So
was in
we've been watching now
storage
for the
unit.
past few hours as officers have entered.
So you wonder what was in the storage unit. What do you think? What do you think could have been in there? Weapons? Plans? Because a lot of people are known to hide stuff in the storage unit. A lot of people hide stuff in the storage unit. When I was locked up, unfortunately, there's a lot of people that got busted because they got busted with stuff in storage units. And there's a lot of people who were in there locked up, but when they would get out to stuff because they kept it in the storage unit hiding it or whatever. So it was like both. Usually the people at the storage unit got told on. That's usually how that happened. Somebody told on them, said they had storage unit somewhere, they busted the storage unit open, they find their product or whatever it was in there. But then some people say their home got searched or something and they had product in the home, but nobody knew they had a storage unit somewhere in a different state somewhere. And they got time, but when they get out, they got a storage unit to go to because they got someone outside paying it off. So I'm pretty sure he's probably hiding something in there. What was he hiding is the question. Weapons possible. That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking that too. Not only that, you said weapons, right? Would it be possible? Look at the front right there. Let me move myself out the way real quick. Look how that car's positioned. See how it's positioned in front of the door? What if there was a vehicle that was in the storage unit? So he dropped that car off, popped the storage unit open and drove off in another vehicle. Popped the storage unit open and drove off in another vehicle. Could he even maybe drove off on a motorcycle? I see a bunch of garages sitting on the outside there that he could have drove off on. That would have been kind of smart if you think about it. Julia said earlier he switched plates. So he switched plates. Now what about switching vehicles? Tom Clancy novel. Why would he put it under his name though? That is a great question. Why would he? Maybe sloppiness. Maybe he didn't think he was going to get caught, or maybe done on purpose. What if that's not his real name? Let's say it is this. Let's say for example, it is somebody from out of the country. How do we even know if it's the real name or not? We hear stories all the time of baseball players coming from Dominican Republic. Wonder if they got the real name or, is this a press conference coming about? People are scrambling around. I don't know. I thought about when I saw that storage unit, I was like, hold on. What if there's we got a press conference coming. Y'all want to hear what it's about to say? Let's see what we got going on here.
I'm going to speak in a second.
So I don't want to miss what they say. They might give us some sort of indication as to when this press conference will happen. This is the most movement we've seen on this camera in hours.
Plenty of time. Hey, no need to rush. Everyone starts rushing. So. No, it's just, yeah.
All the media getting their microphones in place. I don't anticipate that this is the beginning of the press conference. I more anticipate that this might be some sort of, perhaps a 20-minute warning.
Oh, yeah, he said you don't got to
Something
rush.
else.
He said you don't have to rush. Let's see here. Fresh off the press to my phone. What do we got? What do we got?
So Brown University was attacked on Saturday. 2 Brown University students killed, 9 students wounded.
Let's see here. What kind of...
It happened inside the Barris and Hawley Engineering Building around 4 p.m. Saturday. We were live on air as police were responding.
All right, I
to the
want you
scene.
guys to see this real quick. Let me show you something.
That day, police had erroneously announced.
So these...
And I'm hearing from the newsroom.
Units are big enough to drive through.
Okay, I'm hearing that we've got a possible update.
See how close... So you can drive into there and drive out.
Our
if
producers
you
are
want
working to get this into our system right now.
So it is possible.
Potentially hearing...
The exact storage unit they're at right now is Extra Space Storage.
So I am reading here.
Tim Hampshire Road, Salem, New Hampshire.
Brooke Taylor saying this.
That's the storage unit they're at right
now.
now.
That the suspected shooter has been found dead from a self-inflicted gunshot wound inside the storage facility. This is the first official report of the suspect's condition. There was some, and let's take our live vantage point of the scene. All 3 of these are live images. A self-inflicted gunshot wound inside the storage facility.
You guys hear that?
Still not named, by the way. Taylor had earlier said that it was a suspect in his 40s, but nothing more specific than that. Now it appears, according to Brooke Taylor of Fox's reporting, that the very storage facility that you're looking at in the big box on your screen, this is the facility where the suspected shooter has been found dead from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. Police have been, it started with a response to a vehicle that appeared to be abandoned by the suspect. Shortly after that, you know what, let's listen to this press conference for a moment.
We're going to work our way to the right. Everyone gets 1 question and then 1 follow-up question. 20 minutes, starting now, likely longer, maybe 25 minutes. Thanks.
I just asked that question too. Were they going to
so
find
20
him alive or
minutes
not?
or more until we get an update from officials. An official Providence Police Department update that's been hours in the making. It was supposed to happen much earlier this evening, but this developing situation in New Hampshire, no doubt, causing them to delay. And now Brooke Taylor saying that the suspect is dead of a self-inflicted gunshot wound, and they are inside of this storage facility that Brooke also says the suspect has a unit within this facility. Now, this does lend a little bit of context as perhaps to why we never saw anything but relaxed body posture from these officers. We're not sure when they may have found this suspect. We just know what you see on our screen, which is that sources are confirming to Fox's Brooke Taylor that the suspected shooter has been found dead from a self-inflicted gunshot wound inside of this storage facility, the same storage facility that the reported suspect has a unit in under their name. 2 Brown University students were killed and 9 students were wounded on Saturday as a part of that mass
And y'all, we
shooting.
just got everything in real time during this live, didn't we?
Police had initially announced that a person of interest was taken into custody early Sunday morning. And then later that night, officials said that the individual was being released. The search for the killer remained ongoing.
So I guess
as
during the
police
press conference, they're going to
said
give
that
us his name.
surveillance
I hope they
video
give
had
us the
showed
motive
a
and
man
everything. We'll
dressed in
find
all
out.
black. Proved to be the most useful tip in tracking down the potential gunman. I'm reading some reporting from Fox News Digital. They say about 20 minutes ago that authorities were preparing to enter the Brown University shooting suspect's storage unit, and that the suspect was seen on surveillance video entering the storage facility at some point, but it was unclear if he ever exited. So, some of these pieces of the puzzle starting to come into the picture here. Fox says the suspect has a storage unit registered under his name at the facility where his abandoned car was discovered, a source told Fox. And now, according to Brooks reporting, it does appear
My bad. I'm sorry you can't focus on your workout.
that suspect, or that they entered that suspect's unit. Unclear where they found the suspect's body.
I only planned on
Brooks
being there for about an
reporting.
hour and a half when I first was going to do this live. I didn't plan on all this happening, obviously.
And again, I'll just read this verbatim. Sources confirmed to me that the suspected shooter has been found dead from self-inflicted gunshot wound inside the storage facility. I believe we're going to be connecting with Hal Kempfer here. Jamie Copenhaver, law enforcement
Propaganda.
expert Jamie Copenhaver, going to be touching base with us here in a moment.
Oh, man.
As we
like to feed everybody. Propaganda is like
digest
air and water.
a potential conclusion to a manhunt.
Trying to wait for this press conference. I want to see what they got to say.
Jurisdictions, stretched days.
Kind of weird, huh? Now I think about it. They were going to do a press conference at 4.
It all started.
And then they were like,
at
"Oh, we got to
Brown
postpone the press
University's
conference."
Barrett and Hawley Engineering Building.
And 1, 2, 3, 4 hours late, 3-4 hours later or
In
whatever,
a
this
few
happens.
moments.
Interesting.
Okay, let's take this in full. We're seeing some officers leave. Again, WBZ bringing us these images. I'm going to be watching for anything they might bring out of this building.
Y'all got some horrible looking footage. Come on, y'all. Y'all got better cameras than that.
So you see a portion of this massive police response. We
That's
expect
crazy. It's
sometime
like we did a
in
whole
the near
movie today.
term to get an update from police officials. They gave us the 20-minute heads up minutes ago. They said it would likely be longer than 20 minutes, though.
Oh, my God.
So time will tell when we get an official update.
It was like a movie today. Turn on this live, took y'all from the beginning
But we
to
have
the
no
end.
word whatsoever
The end. Wow.
as to when that press conference would start. And then it was right after Brooks' reporting came out that the suspect had died of a self-inflicted gunshot wound in this facility. Shortly after that report came out, an official did step up to the podium and did give us that 20-minute heads up that we've been waiting for. We are going to stick with this for as long as it takes until we get to this press conference.
Yeah, me too, because
We've
I'm
been
sticking.
tracking
I'm
this
doing this to
story
the
so
end.
closely since Saturday evening.
Closing
In
this
fact,
chapter
Jamie
out.
Copenhaver, who's going to join me in a moment here, him and I were on air on Saturday evening as this story was breaking out of Brown University.
I want to see what their
It
connection
began
is
as
during
a
the press
call,
conference. If they say
of
what the
potential
connection is,
shots fired. Shortly after that, we heard that there was, in fact, an active shooter situation at
Said it.
Brown.
An AI
Again, it was really focused in on the Barris and Hawley Engineering Building. That's where the shooting took place. We later learned 2 people killed,
Not
8
an
injured,
AI
and then after the
character.
8 injured was reported, they announced a 9th person was injured. So that brought the total up to 11 total casualties. 2 days after that, a deadly shooting at MIT. And given the proximity of MIT to Brown University, it did cause some speculation as to
Fox would have the
potential
exclusive.
of the 2 incidents being connected. That certainly is one thing I'm going to be listening closely for during this press conference, is if police have in fact been able to make a connection between those 2 shootings. That's something that multiple news outlets have reported. They're looking into a connection. It's not something that we've heard verbatim from the police, though. I'll be listening for that once this press conference starts. Zooming back out here to our triple box. We have been keeping an eye, just to, again, we will take that press conference.
Yeah, y'all, I can't believe we actually...
This
happened in real time with us. This happened in real time with us.
Saturday evening
This is the
now
first.
to
This is the first.
Thursday evening, the time approaching 9:15 in New Hampshire. And again, this storage facility in New Hampshire, the scene of where
Why don't you give us
Fox's
the
Brooke
address? I
Taylor
got it.
says sources are confirming to her that the suspected shooter has been found dead from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. That shooter reportedly found inside the storage facility. Law enforcement expert Jamie Copenhaver joining us tonight. Jamie, want to make sure you can hear me.
I can hear you, Austin. It's good to be with you.
Thanks for coming back on. A major development, I'll read it to you verbatim. This is the news of the hour. Sources confirming to Fox that the suspected shooter has been found dead from self-inflicted gunshot wound inside of this storage facility. Jamie, if this reporting proves to be true, does this, and I'll actually frame this a different way. If this reporting turns out to be true, what are you going to be listening for at this press conference? I mean, my chief question is
how they're
do police
connected.
have
What was the
any
motive?
sort of assurance that those 2 crime scenes were in fact connected at MIT and at Brown? What are you going to be listening for?
Exactly the same thing, Austin. I want to hear a little bit more evidence or a narrative as to how they located the suspect, what the probable cause was to get that warrant issued for his arrest. And then I want to hear more about how these 2 crimes were connected. The bigger question is, was this a lone wolf actor, or does he have an accomplice or other people that are involved in this? Because you're talking multiple states involved. You're talking transit out of the state of Rhode Island into another state to commit this heinous crime of murder, potentially the MIT professor. So a lot of questions that need to be answered by the authorities in this upcoming press conference.
So we've been pretty much following this wall to wall. One thing that Brooke was reporting, by the way, is that the shooter
You
died of a
can't question the
self-inflicted
corpse.
gunshot wound. This suspect, Jamie, you and I were discussing earlier about how police sometimes will be selective with what they release to the public. Do these type of tactics, do they put pressure on a suspect typically?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we're living in the day of social media. Everyone has a cell phone to include the bad guy. So, rest assured he's probably held up in that storage unit if, in fact, it proves to be the shooter of Brown University. He's watching the same thing we're watching from home. So, therefore, it's easy to be critical of these leaders going out and not being really transparent or, giving the full amount of evidence they have. But keep in mind, you have a suspect at large. There's a potential threat for community. So you've got to be very guarded on what you share and what you don't share with the general public, because quite candidly, the bad guy's listening to this as well.
So, Jamie, we're getting a second source confirming The Associated Press says that the man suspected in the shooting at Brown University has in fact been found dead in New Hampshire.
I know, right?
He was found inside the storage
I wish they would
facility,
get on with that
AP
dang
sources
press
say.
conference.
So that's now
Yes.
2 of our partners confirming the same
Hold on.
information, that we do in fact have a suspect. Looks like
They got to make sure to
AP
get their
is not
story
saying a
straight.
self-inflicted gunshot wound.
Okay,
They're
they
not
got to make
being
sure to get their
specific.
story straight.
Brooke Taylor of Fox News saying it's a self-inflicted.
They got to make sure they have the
gunshot wound.
AI characters presented the right way,
When we
like
look
the comments said
at
earlier.
What comes next, Jamie? Ultimately, news like this, when you heard the
Because
news,
you know, at the press
firstly, can I just
conference,
get
just
your
lose you
first
2 or 3
reaction
people
when you
up there,
first
so they
heard
all
that
got
the
to make sure
shooter
they have
could
the
be dead?
same info,
Relief.
same
I
story.
don't live there in Providence, but think of the poor people that live there that have to deal with this every day, not knowing if these.
Oh, actually, who's at the press conference? Who's going to be doing it anyway? Usually it's the chief of police, right? Chief of police doing the press conference. Why isn't the chief? Hold on. Press conference is going to be in Providence, but they're in Salem,
and there's no more
where the body was found at.
And
So who's in charge of it? Who would be the lead investigator for that? FBI, right? So wouldn't that person be doing the press conference? I don't know. I have no idea.
And then we're expecting an update from Providence
Propaganda.
Police. It's worth reiterating some of this stuff. How do agencies, especially when we're talking about a multi-state incident,
Who
like
tipped
this,
him
we're
off?
talking about Providence. We're
Did he
potentially
really
talking
do
about
it
some
to
of the departments
himself?
that were working on the MIT
Did he really
investigation
do
as
it
well.
to
And
himself?
now we're talking about a
The thing is, we'll never know if he even
jurisdiction,
did it
if
to
you will,
himself. We'll
in
never
and
even
around
know.
the Salem, New
That's the
Hampshire
thing.
area. How are these agencies working together? And really,
They could have did it.
does a question
We
like
will
that
never
become a little
know.
less important if the suspect is in fact deceased inside that facility?
I just said that.
Well, I think it's very important. And, a lot of times we see the results of these investigations and we don't hear about the
So the
men, women,
producers
and
haven't received the full script yet.
And I'm speaking about the analysts, I'm speaking about the multi-jurisdictional analysts and police officers
Oh,
that are working
man.
tirelessly off the camera, while the leaders are giving the pressers. So, I don't think we give them enough credit in terms of the diligence, the due diligence they perform.
So you got 2
And
different
data
states
searches
here.
and just
One
the
state,
amount
they
of
got him
data
in a
that's coming in
facility.
from the tip line.
Let me tell you guys the
Those are
address again
shared
of
in multiple
where it's at.
jurisdictions.
Thanks to Julia,
That's where
she
the
found
FBI
out
and the
they're on
federal
Tim
authorities come into
Hampshire
play with this.
Road. Tim
We set up
Hampshire.
that
Oh, I'm
unified
sorry,
command center,
Hampshire Road.
everything
10
is
Hampshire Road,
essentially
Salem, New
dispatched out of that
Hampshire.
command center to whatever
Extra space
jurisdiction that it
storage.
needs to go to.
4.8 reviews.
Typical indicators that suggest whether this
4.8.
was a planned suicide location
Must be a
versus
good storage
desperate
unit.
last-minute decision once cornered.
It's hard to say. It's really early to make a decision on that. But I'm going to suggest the following: the city of Providence has been in a lockdown condition. They've had.
So if he was 40-something years
multiple
old, as they're
agencies from
saying,
other
if that's the
agencies
case,
coming into Providence to
would he
provide
be a
extra
student in the
patrol,
class? I mean,
to
you
have
could be a
extra
student at any
presence,
age,
right?
right? I mean, you
So,
can, but
all
still,
that
would he
is
be a
to
student in the
deter that
class?
Suspect for coming back into Providence to commit
Or-
murders or more shooting. So, as we discussed earlier, the bad guy is watching the news just like we all
Was he
are.
not a
So it
student?
certainly puts pressure on
And
the
let's say
suspect.
he had certain targets,
Fortunate or
like the
unfortunately, we
original
see a lot
professor
of
I told
these,
you guys about,
end
Rachel.
up in
But she
suicide.
happened to
The
not
bad
be
guy
there.
will take his own life rather than facing justice. So, nevertheless, the good news out of this, if it's in fact the Brown University shooter,
Yeah, I mean,
those
they gave a
folks
lot of
are
information
under
to
that
Fox,
threat,
right? They told Fox
that they've
just
been in since,
enough
last Saturday
to
night.
keep us hanging like a movie.
And
Oh, he
last Saturday
unalived
night,
himself.
You and I were on air
Stay tuned
as
for the
police were
details.
responding to Brown University. What will
How many times are we
investigators be
going to
looking
hear that the
for
alleged
inside
suspect
that
unalived
storage
himself?
unit, Jamie? What are they looking for that could explain
As many
why he
times
went there?
as
Was he
Bart
hiding,
would probably write it
regrouping,
on the chalkboard
disposing
of the
evidence? What are they gonna be
Simpsons,
looking out
if you remember the beginning of the
The
show.
main thing they're going to look out for is any type of explosive devices that may be contained that he had in his possession. We don't know. We don't have a clear motive in terms of why he conducted this mass shooting, right?
We don't have a
You're gonna be
motive,
looking
so we're
for
waiting for you guys to
explosives,
tell
you're gonna be
us.
looking for IEDs, you're gonna look
Let's
for booby
see
traps.
what you guys
But
want to
once
tell
you
us
get
with this
clear that
motive.
initial, phase
Oh
of
my
the
God,
entry,
this is
you're
the
gonna start
longest
putting the
people.
pieces together, looking for physical
Hey,
evidence
at least
that
you're not
links
these
you
people
that
inside of the
shooter, that
room. They've been
person,
sitting in that
back
room since
to
4
the
o'clock
Brown
waiting.
University shooting. And then, as you just reported, we
Since
have a
4.
potential second murder. The MIT professor.
I started
is
this
gonna be
live at
looking for
7,
evidence that
and they
could
were
connect
waiting.
the same shooter to the murder of the MIT professor. So, not only
Dot dot their I's and cross their T's. Yeah, they can't look like fools because you remember
keep in mind.
If you remember
have
the
a
first press
continued
conference, I
crime
watched it.
scene at
They
Brown
looked like
University,
fools on that first
where
one.
they're still looking
There
at
was
collecting
there was
evidence. So they
people
want to
asking them
connect all
questions.
the
Matter of fact, the
dots
whole scrubbing of
before they
students. Now
turn
think
that
about it.
warehouse over back
A
to the
reporter
owner.
asked them
I'm
about,
gonna
hey,
suggest,
they didn't say
through the
who,
weekend,
but they
maybe
said
through Monday or
students'
Tuesday,
profiles are being
they're gonna
scrubbed
be in there
from the
going through that
website.
warehouse.
And they kind of just
Jamie
ignored that question. Now
Copenhagen
that I
is
think
a law
about it.
enforcement expert. He's joining us. Been so helpful as we've been tracking this story this week. I want to read you something from the Associated Press, Jamie. This is new to me. The AP says investigators believe the man is responsible for both the shooting at Brown and the killing of a
Here we go.
Massachusetts Institute of Technology professor who was fatally shot in his Brookline home Monday, the official said. This is an official speaking to the Associated Press off the record. Authorities have not formally confirmed a connection between the two shootings, the AP says. But again, this is the first I'm seeing an official confirmation from a news source saying investigators do in fact believe that the man is responsible for both the shooting at
No
Brown
S, Sherlock.
and the killing of a Massachusetts Institute of Technology professor who was fatally shot at his home on Monday, Jamie. Okay, so this widens the scale of this, does it not?
Well, it certainly does. I mean, my spidey senses went up as you were reading that, right? Now it changes gears. But let's back up for a moment.
What kind of weapon
I
was
can
used
assure
in both
you,
shootings?
The officials knew
The
this individual
Brown
before this,
University?
This came on the airways, right?
There's
And where I'm going with
conflicting
that, Austin,
reports.
is
It's
now it
conflicting.
broadens that investigation. So
Because
my first question as an investigator, what was this?
if
MIT
you watched
professor
when we
working
looked
on
at the interview,
that
I showed an
caused him
interview
to
earlier
lose his
today.
life to a homicide?
I showed an interview earlier today with the guy who supposedly, the teacher assistant who was the head of the class at the time, who was supposedly locked eyes with the shooter before he started shooting. He said he had the longest weapon he's ever seen. That's what he said. Now, I don't know how many he's seen in his life. And then media reports are saying that he did it with a pistol. It wasn't a rifle. That's what some media reports are saying. So that part right there was always conflicting because some would say it was a long, but I mean, you could say something long in a barrel of a pistol, make it long too. So, like these kids probably never even seen stuff like that in their life. They're going to the Brown, they're worried about, nuclear physics and stuff like that. So they probably don't look at these things. But it was always conflicting. They never exactly said what type of weapon.
Deadline holds up. Technically, we would expect to hear from police within the next 5 minutes. But they did say...
TMC didn't get the scoop. Celebrities not involved. Yep, I bet you if this involved David, they would have been on it first. You are right.
Jamie, now that the threat is neutralized, what's
Or
the
Rob
next
Reiner.
priority for agencies? You've already alluded to this, but I would love if you could expand on it. What's the
I
next
think the
priority?
reporter told the young man not to describe this. You know what? I didn't think about that. I did not think about that.
Other violent incidents other than the
That makes sense of why he never said
all of
what he
the
looked
above
like.
in a priority situation, if you will. So you want to make sure that there's nothing out there.
I heard 5
that
minutes. They
discloses
said 5
that
minutes.
Any other actors that are going to continue to carry out threats or violence to any other person on any of these cities.
Question
So
for
that's
y'all.
number one, to identify,
Even though this
did he
man's
have accomplices,
unalive, do you think
were
he
they
did it
a grand
himself, or do you
plan,
think
if
he had
you
help?
will, to do additional shootings or harmful acts? That would be the number one. Number two, you're going to look for any evidence that would suggest any explosive devices that may have been planted by the shooter. We just don't know that. There's nothing to indicate that he did. We haven't heard that, but I would certainly be looking at that, given the fact they're tying the suspect to the murder of the MIT professor. That's concerning. And then you're going to start doing just basically 101 police work, Austin. You're going to start collecting all the evidence. You're going to do a data dump for any additional stones, devices that the shooter had in his possession that they found tonight. You're going to go through the vehicle. Were there any clues inside that vehicle? And more importantly, you want to connect that shooter to the shooting at Brown University, which means, shell casings, weapons, any of the above that would connect that case to the shooter. And then you have a secondary investigation out of the MIT professor shooting death. You want to connect that evidence and possibly identify were there any other actors involved in that murder case. So it's going to be a huge task for law enforcement. It's going to take several weeks to come up with that early evaluation, but that's what they're going to start working on tonight.
So, Jamie, what kinds of evidence and really what level of confidence would need to exist to confirm that the same person was responsible for both the university shooting and the MIT professor?
Oh, wait.
That's a good
I got
question.
something,
We really
guys.
haven't heard the type
I got
of weapon
something.
used at Brown U, right? It's been reported that it was a long gun. It was reported that it was
Hold
a
on.
semi-automatic 9mm. We don't know that, Austin, to be fact. But you're going to be looking for shell casings at Brown University, and then you're going to be
Hold
looking
on.
at any potential weapons found or discovered tonight in their search at this warehouse. You're going to take that weapon and the shell casings and see if that matches up to the weapon they found on the suspect tonight. Presumably, they find one. Moreover, you're going to be looking at DNA evidence. You're going to be looking at fingerprints. Somewhere on that university, he had to have made entry into that school.
So
they're
something's
gonna,
going on
process the
with this
area of the
Mustafa
shooting at
character
Brown U, so they want
that I
to
told
make
you
sure
guys
that
about
those
earlier.
Fingerprints match the deceased.
Actually, I'm gonna have to look on my
end. And then the data dump.
So
They're gonna be able to
Julia,
triangulate, has he been held
who
up
does
in
a lot
that
of research
warehouse
for me,
since the shooting?
she
We don't know.
actually
So
looked
if he
into
has any type
Mustafa
of device on him, they'll be able
background
to download that device and hopefully come up with some clues
just to
and
see what
build
will
a
come up.
timeline after the shooting. And then you have
Now, on her end,
the murder of the MIT professor.
y'all remember
Does that
Mustafa,
device
right?
connect
Y'all
with
remember
the
Mustafa?
shooting suspect they have
Now,
tonight?
on
Does that connect
the
to
university
the
website,
travel,
it
and the
said he
timeline
was
of the MIT
27, I
professor?
think,
So
or something like that.
it's going to be a lot of physical evidence, but a lot of data evidence that's going to have to be come
Said he
through
was
by the analysts.
27.
So,
Hold
in
on,
a
but
case like this,
for some
and by the way,
reason,
Jamie
on
Copenhaver
her
joining us,
end,
being generous with his time tonight. I'm Austin Westfall. We are awaiting, for anybody just joining us in progress,
this is what it
we're
shows.
awaiting a
I'm
press
actually about to
conference
do
from
one
officials
myself because I never really
in
looked at his.
Providence,
I never
Rhode
looked
Island, the
into I
Providence
did like a
Police
background
Department.
search. So
Expected to give an update
on her end,
sometime shortly. We got the 20-minute heads up about just a little over 20
showing
minutes ago.
63
But they
years
said
old.
it could be a little bit longer than 20 minutes. So
63 years old.
we're going to stand pat. We're going to
And
bring you
then
the
it
press
shows
conference
for
in
work.
full as soon as it begins. Does look
Hold on, let's
like
see here.
we have our chopper vantage point back. WBZ bringing us a bird's eye view of this scene in Salem, New Hampshire. And then we've got in the top corner of your screen,
See what it shows for work
a ground
history.
view of the
Hold
exact
on.
same location. Obviously, the press conference is what we're watching for in the bottom box on your screen. No telling exactly when that press conference will start, but we expect it to start pretty soon here. Jamie, in a case like this, where one incident is a mass shooting on a college campus and the other is a targeted killing of a professor at his home, are different investigative units likely brought in for each situation?
So you're going to have investigators and homicide investigators from the respective agencies. Here's the other caveat to that. You're going to have the FBI involved. You're going to have the marshal
Let me see
service involved
something
with
here. I'm
that.
actually going to look on my
The main
end.
player in this, because
See
it
what
was
see what pops up.
acting out with a weapon, you're going to have the Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, ATF, involved for any firearm-related investigation.
All right,
so they're going
so
to trace weapons and find out who that weapon was.
I'm going to answer your question real quick.
In terms of the 101 police work, I mean, the homicide detectives from
Destiny says, I got a question. Probably missed something. Okay, first they had the very first suspect. Let him go. How did it come about this suspect? Was the real suspect? How do they know? So I'll answer this for you real quick. So when the shooting happened, I originally did a video with the first suspect, and we all know they say he didn't do it. So I had to take that video down. Took it down. About 2 days ago, I decided to look more into this, and then I decided to look at the students who were in the class. And at the beginning of this live, I took everybody who was at the beginning of this live through the whole process of what I did. I looked at the students who were in the class. I looked at the professor of that class. So the professor was a Jewish lady named Rachel, but she was not there at that time. And by looking at the students, I came across this other guy named Mustafa. Mustafa is actually, his profiles have been deleted from Brown University. He had a profile on Brown University, but they've been deleting them for some reason. I don't know. I'm not saying this is who they unalived, but I came across Mustafa. And then I came across a website that was paying people to do things to Jewish people. They were paying people, and this website was a public website. It was last month in November, and they were paying people from $2,000 to $100,000, and they had targets and names, everything on this website. I saw all these targets and names on the website. I'm not going to post them out because I'm not going to show people's private information. But from there, you have the MIT professor who was unalived, of course. The professor at Brown University also went to MIT. She was studying a lot of Jewish studies and mixed economics. And the MIT professor was studying nuclear science and things like that that can go with AI and mass destruction, mass weapons, things like that. Well, on that website, it paid high money for professors who were teaching people this knowledge. And from there, the police, the media never told us this. They never say anything about this whatsoever. But while I was doing this live, telling everybody what I found, I'm showing news clips of CNN and Fox and everything. And what happens? They start talking about everything that we talked about. So I don't know if anything I said earlier is actually going to link up. We're all about to find out and see if this all links up. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. But right now, there's this person named Mustafa, who I told you about earlier. But on the website, it said he was 27, and Mustafa looked like the same body shape that was walking around that they showed us. I have actual pictures of him that I show everybody. And on the background search that Julia did, who does a lot of research for me, it shows he's 63 now. So I'm about to do one myself on my end with a different program, and I'm going to see exactly what it says.
This is playing out. It's been since Saturday. It's starting to make progress.
Yeah, the original guy, they said for some reason, to be honest with you, I think what happened was, I think that original guy, because the original guy was for the tipster. Somebody called in and said this original guy. They never said who, but somebody called in. But I'm thinking that first guy was to throw people off.
Chris, come over to this side. Take the X that says CP. Yes, sir. We got everybody? Great.
Well, good evening, everybody. Tonight, our Providence neighbors can finally breathe a little easier. In a minute, Colonel Perez will share the latest details on the investigation, but I want to thank the people of Providence for stepping up and coming together during an extraordinarily difficult time. I know this has been hard on all of us. Over the past 5 days, minutes have felt like hours, but the people of Providence have done what we're best at. We've leaned on one another, come together, and supported one another, and showed the nation what a tight-knit community looks like. It was because of the information provided to us by neighbors and the tireless work of our Providence Police Department, the Rhode Island State Police, the FBI, the ATF, and many other federal partners. The incredible prosecutorial advice and guidance that we received from the Attorney General's office. We all worked well together to be able to identify this suspect. I know we will have a lot of questions still, and we will continue to work to get those answers. But it is a great honor for me to turn this over to our Chief of Police, Colonel Oscar Perez, and I will say on behalf of the people of Providence, we owe him and every member of the Providence Police Department the deepest debt of gratitude. Colonel?
Well, first and foremost, I want to offer my deepest condolences to the families, the victims,
It was for them that this work was put together to make sure that they get the justice that they deserve and to ensure that this person was held accountable. Second thing I'll tell you is that I'm extremely proud of this department, actually the officers, the detectives, the Real-Time Crime Center, the Community Response Team, the Intelligence Division, the Narcotics Division, the Task Force. This past Saturday, as you all know, December 13, Providence Police Department and Brown University Police Department responded to this horrific tragedy at Brown University 184 Hope. Our officers were there within minutes. That same day, Providence Police detectives immediately went to work. Looking for video footage to see who this individual was and who was responsible. A person of interest was identified from that video footage. The person of interest was observed down Hope Street, turning onto Waterman Street, and that was one of the first videos that we released. At the same time, every federal agency you can think of was reaching out to the Providence Police Department and responded to the capital city. Images were shared with media within hours. Persons of interest it was the same individual that has been the focus of this investigation since the beginning. All the new images that we received of this person of interest were shared with the media continuously over the past 6 days. This critical evidence was collected with the use of public assistance. As the mayor stated, I'm proud to be the chief of police of this city. I'm proud to be a product of this city for the reasons that the mayor stated. The community stepped up. It was all about groundwork, public assistance, interviews of individuals, and good old-fashioned policing. That is the type of police work that every police officer in this nation reminds themselves of, and that many do not understand. And that is critically important and often succeeds where technology alone cannot. We looked at financial records, we looked at video footages, and in the specific incident, it was actually a video that provided us with a description of a vehicle. That was corroborated through a tip that was received to the tip center. That room was packed with detectives, agents receiving calls on a daily basis. We started early and left late. Then Flock and the LPR was able to provide us with this description of this vehicle. That vehicle was picked up by Flock, which led us to a car rental place in Massachusetts. Through that, the agents and their work as well were able to get us footage of this individual, as well as a copy of the agreement which provided his real name. The video of that subject matched the description of that person of interest that this police department was desperate to put handcuffs on. That individual was identified as Claudio Neves Valenti, date of birth, and he was a 48-year-old man. He was a Brown student, he was a Portuguese national, and his last known address was in Miami, Florida. And I will tell you that he took his own life tonight. We have members of the Providence Police Department up in Salem, New Hampshire, and we also have the BCI unit. Obviously, the FBI and their evidence recovery unit is up there, so the process is being conducted as we speak. And it goes without saying that I would like to personally thank the efforts again of the Providence Police Department, the Rhode Island State Police, the Rhode Island Attorney General.
The MIT professor is from
FBI,
Portugal too. He's
the
from Portugal.
ATF, HSI, the U.S. Marshals, IRS, DEA, Secret Service, and NCIS. There is no way that we could have done this by ourselves. In this nation, when horrific incidents like this happen, law enforcement steps up. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Colonel. General Arona.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. You know, I would describe the emotions on the investigative team, including our prosecutors and the agents, detectives from both.
Yeah, the
police,
MIT professor. He was
Providence,
Portuguese. He was from Portugal
is
too.
Mixed. you know,
So
there
did they
is
know
a
each other?
sense
'Cause I just told you guys
of
he was Portuguese.
completeness in terms of the investigation, an investigation that's, if not the hardest, among the handful of hardest investigations that I've ever been involved with. And the sense that we owed those 2 dead Brown students and the 9 injured Brown students and the students who were in that auditorium that weren't injured, and the Brown community and the Providence community results. The teams worked really hard. I think I mentioned that to you almost every night that we met with you. I wish they were all up here with us. That we wouldn't fit here, but it was remarkable to see the cooperation between the FBI agents, the ATF agents, the HSI agents, the Providence police detectives, the state police detectives, our prosecutors. And I will say that everybody brought a certain expertise to the table, but it is nevertheless a sad moment when you think about those young people who were hurt, injured, or worse, or 2 of them are now deceased. You know, to me, this was always going to be an investigation where something was going to break it open. We were going to pull threads. We were going to gather evidence that would lead us in a particular direction. And I will say that if we were with you less than, well, I guess now more than 24 hours ago, we had that picture of that second individual. And I would say within an hour, no more than 2, I think it was under an hour, that person came forward to 2 Providence police officers over on the east side. And
I'm sorry, y'all couldn't hear me. But yeah,
that he was that person, and he had information that could help this case. And I remember last night watching his interview.
that's who they're saying that did it. That's him.
He blew it open. And that's how these cases sometimes go. You can feel like you're not making a lot of progress.
That's
You can
who they're
feel like
saying
you're
that did it.
chasing leads and they don't work out. But the team keeps going because, you know, those of us with experience know that you're going to pull a lot of threads, and it's not always the first one that's going to get you where you need to go. But when you do crack it, you crack it. And that person led us to the car, which led us to the name, which led us to the photographs of that individual renting the car, which matched the clothing of our shooter here in Providence, that matched the satchel that we see here in Providence. He was found dead with a satchel, with 2 firearms, and evidence in the car that that matches exactly what we see at the
Indian
scene
News
here
is
in Providence.
reporting something different,
And
guys.
so
I'm gonna show you this
I
in a
know
minute.
that you and the
They're
public
reporting something different.
have questions about how we got from a place yesterday where all we could share with you was a photograph of someone we wanted to talk to where we got to tonight. And so we
Watch when I show you guys
we
this.
got an state arrest warrant for murder today that was signed by a district court judge for this individual.
Hold on.
There won't be a prosecution now, of course, but that affidavit is on our website, and you will be able to see more and read more about how this investigation unfolded. I won't get you all the way there because there are some things that happened afterwards which led us to this suspect's body in New Hampshire. But it will, I think, tell you, give you a sense of the work that went into this by the line prosecutors and the line agents and detectives from the agencies that work so well together. So, you know, as I said, it's with mixed emotions. It is unimaginable, the pain that the parents and families of the deceased are feeling tonight and will feel undoubtedly for quite a while. But I hope that by bringing this person to justice, that we can at least give them the beginnings of some measure of closure. And I want to thank you all for your patience with me when I got a little testy with some of you. Those of you who know me from Rhode Island, you know that's my nature. So I really want to thank you for your patience. Thank you.
Thank you, General. As has been said several times, the partnership with the FBI was invaluable. And so it's a pleasure to introduce Special Agent in Charge of FBI, Ted Dox.
Thank you, Mayor. And good evening. My name is Ted Dox, Special Agent in Charge of FBI Boston. We got him. Shortly before 9 o'clock tonight, the FBI SWAT team executed court-authorized search warrants at a storage unit facility in Hampshire Road in Salem, New Hampshire. This is where we located Claudio Neves Valente, the individual who we believe was responsible for the Brown shooting. The latest developments in an intense 5-day manhunt, and as a result of an incredible amount of work dedicated by the law enforcement team standing here before you tonight. Every single agency brought their unique skills and expertise to this investigation. And we're motivated by the victims and survivors of this horrific incident. Even though the suspect was found dead tonight, our work is not done. There are many questions that need to be answered. There's a lot of evidence that needs to be processed, and most importantly, the victims and their families deserve special care and consideration. The FBI and our partners across Rhode Island, Massachusetts, and New Hampshire will continue to search for answers for the victims, survivors, and their families. To see what motivated this individual to carry out such a senseless act of violence. From the onset of this critical incident, it's been all hands on deck. The FBI deployed approximately 500 special agents, analysts, task force officers, and support personnel to assist our partners in this investigation. In addition to this extra manpower, all our specialty teams were activated, including Evidence Response Team, SWAT, Divert, and Victim Services Response Team, just to name a few. A special thanks to you, the media, as well as to the community. My sincere thanks to Colonel Perez, Colonel Weaver, AG Nerona, Brown University PD, and all of our partners. This was truly a team effort. Thank you.
Thank you. Another critical partner at every step along the way was the ATF. I'd like to introduce Special Agent in Charge of the ATF, Tom Greco.
Good evening. My name is Tom Greco, a Special Agent in Charge of ATF Boston. From the moment 911 reports of the shooting at Brown University came through, there's been an around-the-clock effort to identify the perpetrator and to protect the community. The men and women of ATF, including our special agents, our intelligence research specialists, and our support personnel, have been proud to support and be part of that effort.
Destiny
leveraging
said,
our unique experience,
what exact proof is there?
Canine handlers,
That there was an actual suspect? Am I missing? You're
such
not.
As NIBIN, the National Integrated
You're not
Ballistics
missing anything.
Information Network.
They
to
haven't
compare
really said
ballistic,
anything what ties
evidence,
everything together. They haven't said it.
And our other available tools to support
No
the investigation.
manifesto. No
and
nothing.
to help identify Claudio Neves Valente as the individual that we believe was responsible. ATF's mission, first and foremost, is to protect communities from violent crime. Each individual in this country deserves to live in peace and security in their homes, in their schools, in their places of worship, and in the streets. The actions of Claudio Neves Valente stole that right and terrorized the community. I'd like to emphasize to the public, this was a highly dangerous individual capable of extreme violence. And we're happy to have been part of this investigation and proud to have worked with our partners to identify him and see this through. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. From the very outset on Saturday, from our first press conference in the fire station to today, Rhode Island Governor Dan McKee has been by Providence's side every step of the way. The city of Providence.
So they're
is
saying they
incredibly
got this
grateful
guy
for
off
the
a
governor's
tip
support, the state police, not just their
from the
assistance
video
with the
footage they
investigation,
shown.
but in supporting the broader community. It's a pleasure to introduce
That
Governor
was the
Dan
only
McKee.
thing I heard out of all this.
Thanks, Mayor, and clearly
Out of a
your
tip
staff
from the
feel the
video.
same way with the team that you have, that we were happily able to assist. And as a former mayor, many of here in the audience know that I've been a mayor, some don't.
Nah.
But I empathize and sympathize with the position
Y'all
that you
lying
were
to
in,
us.
and the fact that you needed people to follow the lead of the Providence police and to partner in with some extraordinary people, whether it's with the FBI or the ATF, and of course our state police as well. From the very beginning, my thoughts as a dad was with the families who suffered from the shooting. The unthinkable happened in our state. The unthinkable happened in Providence. The unthinkable happened at Brown University. And we're going to be forever changed. But our commitment from the state level is to continue to support Providence, Brown, and the people of the state of Rhode Island in the recovery. That's going to take a great deal of time. But I do say this. The professionalism that I saw in the law enforcement should make everyone that lives in our state and beyond our borders feel very safe. These things happen.
Wait till I show you guys.
It requires some professional help.
This link I just got
and law
shown
enforcement to bring it to the conclusion
from this
that we've been
Indian
able to
news
bring it to.
station out
So,
of
Colonel,
India.
thank you. Everybody
Wait till, remember the
involved.
Mustafa person?
And again,
Wait till I show
we
you
will
this link.
stand with Providence
This
and Brown
Indian news
University
station is saying that
and the people of the
Mustafa
state
was
of Rhode
identified
Island
as a suspect.
to provide the help that will be needed in the recovery in a trauma like this.
Thank you, Governor. Throughout the year, the Rhode Island State Police is an incredible partner. to
Destiny, you're not the
Providence, but during
only
this
one confused
investigation,
right
their
now.
support
You are
was
not,
invaluable.
because they're saying a bunch
I
of
introduce
nothing.
Colonel of State Police, Colonel Weaver.
Glitter, they're saying one right now. They're saying one. The one that
My
unalived
name is
themselves.
Colonel Darnell Weaver, the Superintendent of the Rhode Island State Police.
Why are these
I
people
want
up
to
here? What are they
begin
saying? What's he going to say?
by recognizing the excellent and exceptional efforts of the Providence Police Department and Colonel Oscar Perez. From the very first moments of this investigation, the Providence Police Department has worked collaboratively and relentlessly day and night on this investigation while protecting our capital city. Their detectives followed facts, developed
What
evidence,
facts?
and pursued every credible lead.
Oh my God.
Colonel Perez's leadership has been steady and decisive, focused on identifying the person responsible for this tragedy. As always, our troopers stepped up, working shoulder to shoulder with the Providence Police
Serious.
and our
They're all
local,
saying the
state,
same
and
thing.
federal partners. I want to give particular recognition to our detectives whose diligence and dedication contributed to this investigation. Our detectives and division leadership
One of y'all could have said all this in the
operated
press
as a
conference. when
unified
we're done.
team,
Just one of y'all could have said this.
sharing
man.
intelligence, resources, and expertise. This has truly been an all-hands-on-deck investigation, as virtually every trooper has taken
They're not even
extra
mentioning the
shifts to
MIT
help support
professor
the
situation. They're
efforts
not mentioning that at
in
all.
Providence, and I have never been prouder to be a member of the Rhode Island State Police. This year marks the 100th anniversary of the Rhode Island State Police, and this case stands out
Oh my God.
among one of the
You are
most
not
challenging
lying.
in our state's
Nada.
history. The sheer volume of digital evidence,
They're giving a bunch
the
of pats on
complexity
their
of the
own backs. Is what they're
investigation,
doing. Shaking their
and
own
the
hands.
intense public interest
Yeah, we did it. What
laid
they're
an
doing.
extraordinary demands on everyone involved. Despite that pressure,
I'm gonna have to
investigators remain disciplined, methodical, and focused on facts. We are grateful for the assistance of the public.
I'm gonna have to show you guys
particularly
something
those who shared our information, provided tips
that was just sent to me.
and gave us doorbell camera footage and access to their property.
While we're listening to
We are
that, we
also
type this
thankful
up.
for the ongoing support of Rhode Islanders. We know that you have been with us through this entire investigation. I also want to be very clear about something else. Criminal investigations are grounded in evidence, not speculation or online commentary. The endless barrage of misinformation, disinformation, rumors, leaks, and clickbait were not helpful in this investigation. Distractions and unfounded criticisms do not support this work. They complicate it and threaten to undermine the justice we seek for the victims and the grieving families. Despite these challenges, good police work prevailed, and we have lessons that we can bring forward from these long days ahead. To the Brown University community and the people of Rhode Island, be assured that this case reflects the law enforcement community and what we are capable of, and that we are committed to this state. We will continue to support the victims.
Hey, Julie, are you
and
still in the
broader
chat?
community as the healing continues. Thank you.
How did you find the link you just sent me to my phone?
Providence is so proud to be home to Brown University, and we are committed to working together with them in the future
Hold on,
as
guys,
they
I'm trying to
help
find-
heal their community as we
Is
do
this it?
our broader Providence community.
No,
We
that's
continue
not
to
it.
give condolences to the deceased and our prayers to those
So
who are
this is a
recovering.
Indian
The leader of Brown
news
has been a great
network,
partner
actually.
through this whole process. I'd like to introduce President
wanna show
Christina
you-
Paxson from Brown University.
What they said.
Thank you. You know, nothing can really fully bring closure to the lives that have been shattered over the past week, but this may allow our community to move forward and begin a path of repair and recovery and healing. I want to thank the dedicated law
Brown has
enforcement
removed-
agencies that have worked so tirelessly on this case, really around the clock, as well as our
I
neighbors
found it, Julia.
and others who participated in
These guys are
giving
saying a bunch
tips
of
and
nothing, right? Listen to this right here. Watch this. Watch this.
Breaking news coming in after the horrific shooting at Brown University in the US. We are now learning that a 20-year-old student, Mustafa Karpoch, has been identified as a suspect in the shooting that claimed 2 innocent lives. Since his identification, Brown has removed or archived images and references to him from official online records, limiting what was previously publicly visible. So clearly now we can see that this is a new suspect in the entire Brown University shooting case. We know that we have lost 2 innocent lives in this case, and this is the fresh suspect, a 20-year-old student who has been identified.
Now on the Brown
as
website, he's
Mustafa
actually, they have him
Karpoch.
listed as 27.
Now remember that the
on Brown
university
website.
has also
Well, they did.
taken down various images or references to the student as soon as the student was identified as a suspect in this Brown University shooting case. Now remember that these are all official online records, so everything now has been limited to what was previously publicly available. This is the latest bit of information that is coming in. So Ajay, when we are talking about the Brown University shootout, a new fresh suspect has been identified, a 20-year-old student, and since that identification, Brown University has actually taken down all images and references that were to the student over there on their websites.
Yes, in Brown University.
All right, so Destiny, yes. So our news is telling us that there's this 40-year-old guy from Portugal, Claudio, I think that's his name. That's what our news is saying. But you click on the India news, they're saying it's this guy Mustafa, who is actually on the beginning of live. I talked about this guy. But the difference is they're saying he's 20, but on the Brown University webpage, this guy was actually on the Brown University webpage as a student. But on the Brown University webpage, it said he was 27. Is this an AI character you were talking about?
Agency have identified one more 20-year-old student, Mustafa Karpoch, and has basically he's suspect in the 13th December, in which 2 people have died and 9 others were injured.
Can't
And
understand him at
public
all.
information previously was showed that he was not the Lebanon third generation Philistine refugee. And since his identification, is done now, the Brown University has removed or archived images from the reference to him from official online records. So the investigation is continuously unfolding day by day to ensure that
I'm trying to hear him so I can tell you guys, but
they
it's
have
hard.
to pick up every linkage with each shooter so that history can be checked and what was the cause of opening fire on the student that has to be seen.
Absolutely. In fact, stay on with us, Ajay. In the latest update coming in, the visual on your screens is the new CCTV footage.
Helping with the investigation. We hope that this outcome
So that's what
tonight
India
brings an increased sense of safety for our
That's what
community
India had put out.
around and in
You
the
know when they put
surrounding
that video
area.
out? They put it out
This
yesterday.
has been a period of great fear and anxiety for many people, and now perhaps some.
Winter Park, you can get incredible savings on your Lexus certified pre-owned.
Yeah, they put that out yesterday. So what's really going on? Why would India put that out on their and they're not a little and just to give you an example, like I look to see like is this some little like make believe news state, you know what I mean? No. They got 1.5 million subscribers, News X Live. So this is an actual serious news channel coming out of India. So it's not like no little nothing little, 1.5 million subscribers.
Can hear.
So is Fox really showing us an ad right now? They're showing us an ad. Ain't that something? And I got premium. Like Pennywise, I'm about to go on this 27-year hibernation from Earth. Body blue raised. Arms, body blue. Arms, body blue raised. Arms. Get the out of here. I don't think anybody's believing what they're talking about right now, right? I don't think anybody's like, here's the thing. They gave us no evidence. They gave us no nothing, no anything. They just said this guy is unalived. Thanks to a tip from the video that surfaced, we found the guy. What did the tip say? Oh, I know that belly anywhere. They gave us nothing. No manifesto. Most of the time, these people have manifestos. They couldn't draw one up in time for the press conference, I take it. They gave us nothing. No clues. No said, yeah, he's the one that did the professor too. They didn't give us that. Like a bunch of, oh man. Let me get off of here because they're not talking about nothing now. They gave us the commercial break. The Guardian is saying Mustafa too. Is there one or two suspects? So they had one suspect originally when the shooting first went down, but they said that suspect, I guess they didn't have evidence on him, and they said he didn't do it, so they let him go. Then they went to this person. But they were also looking for another person of interest because while this person, if you look at my screen, you see the guy circled, that's supposed to be him. But while he was walking on one of the ring cams, he stopped and talked to somebody. So they were looking for a second person, that person because they wanted to see who he talked to. Supposedly they found that person. I don't know. I know that belly anywhere is crazy. They said they have to go through a lot of evidence, so they don't know yet. No, Destiny, they don't know. Because they got to go through all the evidence. This whole press conference, it was what? 30, 40 minutes long of them congratulating themselves. That's all they were doing was congratulating themselves. Every person got up there and congratulated themselves. It was like a big hurrah to each other. Special thanks to George, the captain of the team, for taking that tip about the suspect. And George would get up there. Special thanks to Jonathan for giving me a special thanks for giving the tip. Like, come on, y'all. Like, that's all it was. Port Angeles, Washington here. Oh, okay. Washington as in the state or Los Angeles? So, Mustafa, the Guardian's reporting him too, huh? Let's see something here. Person of interest. Let's see if anybody else is doing it as well. Is it a case of they released the wrong name before they were supposed to? There goes that belly. I know that belly anywhere. Times of India. Yeah, so India, even in their newspaper, the Times of India, which is like the New York Times, they're reporting about Mustafa. Even them. Looks like all of the Indian social or Indian news outlets are reporting Mustafa. Hinduism Times. Who's this? Press Room. They're talking about Mustafa there too. Brown University student linked with mass. The Guardian, who is Mustafa. Interesting. Wait. MSN.com. MSN.com is reporting Mustafa. Who is Mustafa? MSN.com's reporting that. Let me see. Hold on, I'm reading the message that I just got sent. Wait. All right, guys. Remember how they said the video cameras, that there was no cameras in the classroom or something like that? Do you remember them saying that? They said there was no cameras where it happened, and that's why we're getting these Ring camera footages. Do you remember that? Let me read to you what I just got. Looks like there was a camera in the room after all. Officials state there are no cameras in the older portion of the Boris Holly building where the shooting occurred at Brown University. Google Images shows several photos that appear to be from the same elevated location inside of Classroom 166, where the shooting is said to have occurred. Yesterday, a local news reporter erupted during a briefing by authorities. He claimed his friend is a detective who was furious that the evidence is being purposely hidden from authorities. Y'all want to see a picture of the classroom taken by one of the cameras of where it all happened at? Y'all want to see that? Because I got it. I got it. All right. Mister, there's No cameras in the classroom. So here is the classroom right here. Where everything happened at. Supposedly there's cameras inside of that classroom. This is where it supposedly all happened at. Hold on, I got another. That might be Professor Rachel, the one I told you guys about earlier that's standing right there by the desk, who was supposed to be there when it happened. So that is actually from the classroom. That's inside. That's the classroom of where it happened. Supposedly there is cameras up there. I'm actually trying to zoom in on a picture to see if I can see anything hanging from the wall. It looks like it, but I can't tell. It looks like there's another one on the other side of the wall, but I really can't tell. Interesting. Interesting. Huh. Let me read back what that said again so we can make sure this is clear. Looks like there's camera in the room after all. Officials state there are no cameras in the older portion of the Barrows and Holly building. I don't know if I'm saying that right, where the shooting occurred at Brown University. Google Images shows several photos that appear to be from the same elevated location inside of classroom 166, where the shooting is said to have occurred. Yesterday, a local news reporter erupted during a briefing by authorities. He claimed his friend is a detective who was furious that the evidence is being purposely hidden from authorities. So why would the evidence be purposely hidden from authorities? And what's up with this Mustafa person? He's everywhere. But then they're telling us it's this guy Claudio or whatever. Claudio is the new person. Wait, did they say he was a student? Did they say he was a student? I think they did say he was a student. He's a 47-year-old student. I think they, hold on. I think they said he was a student. Let me see. Claudio, whatever his name was, Brown. I know I tried doing a background check on him when they first said his name and they showed it on screen. Nothing pops up. No, I couldn't find anything at all on what they gave. Let's see. Hold on. So CNN is saying Claudio Valente, 48-year-old former Brown University student and Portuguese national. So CNN is saying 48-year-old former Brown University student and Portuguese national. And they're also looking in ties between the Brown shooting and the MIT professor, because the MIT professor I told you guys was Portuguese. He was from Portugal too. Oh man. I don't know what to tell you guys. I really don't. I don't know what to tell you guys. Who do you believe? Who do you believe? Is the guy really even gone? Matter of fact, did anybody, when we were watching the footage of the storage unit, did they bring a body out? Let's see here. Did they ever bring a body out? I didn't see them bring no body out. No, nothing. trying to see.
Will you put cameras? Will
Yeah.
you put the cameras in the building? Will
Yeah.
there be more cameras in that building?
Oh.
You know, I think we need to look
Look,
back.
they're talking about cameras.
Everything that is done, but I do not think a lack of cameras in that building it had anything to do with what happened there. And we will
Thank
go
you, Madam
forward.
President.
Thank you.
Tom.
I just showed y'all there's a camera in there.
Colonel Perez, I'm hearing from sources that the person that identified the shooter happened to be a homeless person that either lived around or inside that barracks.
Are you kidding me? A homeless person identified him?
More about this person for us, and then I have a follow-up for President Paxton.
I'll tell you there was a person that was pretty attentive about his surroundings. I'll tell you there was a person that was very cooperative and helpful to this investigation. And I'll tell you that he was a great individual.
I'll tell you about
that
how
actually
Mustafa came
assisted
in.
us
I'll tell you
in
real
getting us
quickly.
to this point where we're at. I'll tell you that. He was, yes.
I have to say, he was incredibly articulate, and his testimony, had we needed it, would not only have been credible, it would have been persuasive. He was as outstanding a witness as I've seen, and he deserves a lot of credit. You know, recognizing there's a gunman on the loose, that the gunman knows he had this interaction with him, and he didn't. Once he knew that we were looking for his help, I mean, he came forward within an hour, and that person deserves a tremendous amount of credit. I don't know whether he's going to get the reward or not, but if I had a vote, he would.
All right, Tom, you got to follow.
Don't know if he's gonna get the reward. Why wouldn't he get the reward if he identified him? What? That made no sense.
October, the Brown Daily Herald reported that you had a vote of no confidence in your leadership, and students were concerned for their safety and the fact that you had prioritized desk jobs over having over field jobs and having more people patrolling the campus. Now, in light of this, do you accept any kind of responsibility for this? And now that we've given these prior warnings, are you going to reevaluate how the Brown police operate in the future now, so this doesn't happen again and these students can feel more safe on campus when they return?
Great. So as I stated earlier, I'm profoundly proud of the men and women of public safety and profoundly proud of our police department. We will continue with the heroic work.
That was not the
they've
question,
done,
sir.
and continue to
Not
work
the
side
question.
by side with our partners.
Stop
And
patting yourself.
everything else that comes with that is a continual effort to do what is best for the safety and security of our campus.
But will you reassess how the people are allocated?
He's not answering.
Every single day, we work and endeavor to keep our campus safe.
Oh, my
Whatever
God.
that entails and all that entails.
Oh my God.
In the back.
Oh my God. Yeah, get off the podium, bro. Get off. You're done.
Two weapons were found in Valenti's car. Was that one of those weapons, the gun that was used to shoot here in Brown? Has that weapon been found? Can you speak to that?
That's all part of this continuing investigation. This just before we came downstairs, actually, as you all were watching, that was developing up in Salem, New Hampshire.
Hold on a second.
Yeah, those firearms were found at the deceased body, not in a car. So he killed himself inside the storage unit, and the firearms were found at his in the area of his thigh and in the area of his feet. It was not in a car. There was evidence that was observed from outside the car that matched our crime scenes, meaning mask, clothing, satchel, which you can see on that video. And there was a main plate over a Florida plate. This guy was changing plates. One of the reasons it was so hard to find was he knew what he was doing. He was changing plates. And so, that's why the collective work of following and finding this car was made more difficult, because this guy was changing plates. So we got a main plate and we got a Florida plate on the same car in New Hampshire.
Patrick.
As he was a...
Oh, I'm sorry. Especially.
Oh, we got a little bit of evidence finally. A little bit.
Okay. As far as the ballistics evidence, I know that the last question concerned matching the guns found to the crime scene. As several people up here have said, this investigation is ongoing, and in many ways, in some ways, still just beginning. So those weapons that were found at the scene we will be using our tools such as NIBIN to compare the ballistic evidence to see if we have any matches. So we use those tools to rule things in and to rule them out as well. So we'll be following up on that throughout the remainder of the investigation.
Patrick.
Neves Valente was a Portuguese national. Under what status was he in the country, and how did he get into the country? Do we know at this point? And I have a follow-up after that.
You have that, Oscar?
Yeah, I think, yeah, I do. So as far as we know, he had a student visa. He had came in here with a student visa, and we also had learned that he had applied to get a green card.
Do we know, sorry, and for President Paxson, does Brown have
And
any-
Patrick, if I could just be clear on that, he got that lawful permanent resident status in September of 2017.
Thank you. I was going to ask, but then, and for President Paxson, has Brown had any communication from Neves Valente in the period after he left until now?
As far as I know, no. He has really gone off our radar. We will continue to cooperate with the police as they continue with the investigation to find anything we can find about him. But his last class that he took at Brown was in 2001.
Yep, so he was enrolled at Brown from 2000 to 2001. Went to graduate school for Master's of Science in Physics and took a leave of absence and withdrawing in 2003.
Well, from the beginning, I've told you that this investigation is extremely complex and intense. And so we used every resource as soon as we responded to the call. I stated that earlier. I'm proud of the men and women of this department. Yes, we did find somebody that we thought obviously was the person.
I'm a
but
little
we continued
confused
on. We continued
on
on
how they really
investigating.
found the guy,
We continued on canvassing the areas. We continued on with video. And that's why we ended up where we're at now.
Yeah, if I could just jump in here, I just want to continue to answer that question. It's an important one, and the answer to that is this. And I tried to convey it a couple of days ago. We broke ourselves out into teams. So while the Providence team and the state police team and the ATF team were working here in Providence to follow up leads, develop whatever video evidence we can, which eventually led to all the steps that you've seen and are laid out in the affidavit, which is on our website, and it is multiple pages. You'll see the progression. So while the FBI were working Coventry, we were working here. Now, you may ask, well, what was it about Coventry that made us, for those of us who've been in law enforcement for a long time, why did we have to
no,
run
they
that
haven't.
to ground?
Supposedly.
Here's why. When the FBI confronted him, initially, he was not cooperative. When they entered the room to secure it, there were guns in the room. One of them had a laser sight. The witnesses had told us there was a laser sight used in the course of the attack. Okay, we had to run that to ground. We couldn't just, not run that to ground. That was a very promising lead. But that's why you don't get over your skis about, and word choice is important. So while we had to test those ballistics and test the DNA off those guns, and that DNA ruled this guy out, okay? But we had to run that lead to ground. But while we're running that lead to ground over the course of Sunday, for the most part, my memory's correct, we were working other leads, which eventually led us through a recreation by the great work of the team, including the marshals, by the way, that are up here. Movements, image of our cooperating witness, witness comes in, and you've heard the rest. So, this is the way these investigations work. You don't chase one and stop. We have chased more than one lead over the course of the last 4 to 5 days. There was one lead that we followed, didn't work out. There was another lead that we followed, didn't work out. There was another lead that we followed, didn't work out. So that's, at least in my mind, 5 different leads that one worked out, 4 didn't. But you're running them all down at the same time.
You sound like one of my kids making excuses right
I
now.
can't offer any comfort in that regard, but I don't believe that we would have found this person any sooner, given the evidence that was available to us.
The way back.
Can you say why it took so long to get the tipster's tip? It looks like he posted on Reddit on Monday and then said on Reddit that he told the FBI. Was it lost in the FBI's tip?
We received the tip about that post and immediately acted on it. And so that's exactly what occurred. As soon as the tip came in, we had a tip center upstairs that was staffed, as I mentioned earlier, by detectives and agents. They were going through hundreds of tips that were coming in, hundreds. We were vetting them through, ruling them out, just like the general stated. We were making sure that whatever came in, we checked it to its entire to ensure that we weren't missing anything. And so when we got to that tip, obviously, it led us to that person I wanted to speak with, and I told you the rest earlier. So.
Yeah, and I just want to complete
Oh, here we
that
go.
too, because
Here we
this is
go.
important. This person
Here we
had to
go.
come forward. That's why we put the picture out. Once we put the picture out, he came forward, right? But we didn't know who that person was. We knew about what was on Reddit, but we didn't know who that person was.
Reddit?
That's why when we identified another person, we didn't know when that person came forward that he was the Reddit poster. He then told us he was, okay? So all of these things kind of happened in that sequence.
Go ahead, Chris.
This Valente figure, this is a question for President Paxton. Do we know why he left school early in 2000?
This comment on the YouTube, they said, I know nothing about the shooter. I know nothing or something. I don't know what to believe.
We learned his name very, very recently, and we haven't had a chance to really dig into the records. But we will if it helps with the investigation.
This is another question about
We get a follow-up question.
This is another question about a student visa. You said he's here on a student visa now. What school is he affiliated with? He's here since he's not here.
General,
Yeah, so he's not here on a student visa now. He was initially, and then he applied for and received lawful permanent resident status in September of 2017. Okay?
Go right here.
Oh my God, this is a comedy show as of right now.
Again, as I stated earlier, we just identified who obviously that person, and this developed pretty quickly. So that's all part of the investigation that's coming.
Can you talk about, was there any interaction between him and law enforcement?
I'm gonna tell you something about the evidence
No,
too, that there's already conflicting
There you go.
with the ballistics report from what I saw earlier from Fox News.
And if there are any in the United States, did any of them come forward through the process of this investigation?
No, not at this time. This is all
Reddit.
extremely quickly. We've been at this for 6 days. And so here we are, and we now identify who
Oh,
the person
my
is. We're
God.
about to make an apprehension. As I stated earlier, he took his
Oh.
own life. But that's all part of the investigation that will continue about him.
Go ahead.
Okay, so for President Paxton, Chief Farrow said he had no known criminal history that you know of. You were asked about possible mental illness while he was here. When he was at Brown, did he have any grievances, disputes with anyone, any problems, any disciplinary issues, any problems at all that were documented?
Not
So-
that we know of at this point. I mean, again, these
Perez,
are
the one
very,
in the
very
white,
old
I think that's
records,
him.
you have to understand.
He said
We learned
before
about
they
this
went
very
on,
recently.
they did
And I
this
think
press
going
conference.
forward, as we want to learn
He
more,
said the
we will
suspect was the
cooperate with
same person
investigation to give them the information
who
they
was the
need.
main focus at the start of the investigation.
ahead.
He
And
said a
what's
video and description of the car broke the case with the vehicle flagged by camera. So he's saying this guy had been hunting him the whole time,
You mentioned that Claudio was the primary.
since the beginning.
Primary focus from the beginning. If that's the case, can you elaborate more?
Come on, bro.
Why there was someone else detained initially, and the lead that led you to that person to being detained initially, if Claudio was the primary focus from the beginning?
Yeah, so,
And I have a follow-up.
sure, Brittany. Great question. So we have received a tip about that first person. We have received a tip about him wanting to get a permit to carry a firearm. And that led us to also learn that he was a person who potentially could be, it was just where he was denied, and then he went to another department, and the descriptions led us there. So we had it vetted through. Obviously, the FBI responded, followed through that whole tip, ended up.
You're watching a live news conference out of Providence. The suspected Brown University killer and killer of a professor at MIT is dead. Police say he was 48-year-old Claudio Neves Valente, a former physics student at Brown University. He was of Portuguese descent.
So we've been hearing about the investigation around Brown. They say this was obviously tied to the MIT murder. We're going to go to Boston now. The U.S. Attorney for Massachusetts is holding a press conference with that angle of the investigation.
Oh, we got two press conferences going on. I showed you a picture, so I guess you got to get your source from me. Because they didn't show anything.
All right, so we're working to get audio there.
there-
Why don't, in the meantime, while we work to get audio there, just recap where we are, because there have been a lot of huge developments this evening. So they have identified the shooter once again as Claudio Neves Valente, a Portuguese national who came to the United States more
Destiny
than 25
says
years ago.
this was
He
a very
attended
sad
Brown
situation. We
University,
fool
where he
around with this.
attended
Now,
for roughly a semester. Let's go back out
It's like
to
a clown
MIT
show
or
going
to
on right now. It's like a
Massachusetts
big
now, where
comedy
we're
act that
hearing
we're
more on the
watching.
MIT angle of this.
And David Holcomb, Holcomb.
Will you be emailing the PDF?
We'll email the PDF, but it's going to take me a minute to get back down there. But again, if you're on the live stream and you need this photo, Caroline and I will try to get it to you.
Photo of what?
Now.
Are you going to show us a photo?
All right, so.
Same one I have?
Thank you. You're welcome. That would be great. Thank you.
All right, it does not seem that they're ready to start that news
Never
conference
mind.
up in Boston. So again, the suspected Brown University killer and killer of a professor at MIT is dead. Police say he was 48-year-old Claudio Neves Valente, a former physics student at Brown University. He was a Portuguese national. That's a
There we
picture
go.
right
There we
there
go.
of him. Valente was found dead in a storage facility in
Isn't that the
Salem,
picture I
New
showed you
Hampshire.
guys?
This is relief for so many
Same picture I
people
just showed
in
you guys,
our
right?
community, because all of you have been on edge since this happened, and we can't lose sight of the fact that 2 students are dead, other people are injured at the hands of Claudio Neves Valente, according to all authorities. And we still, though, don't have a motive. We don't know why this happened. Why did he do this? Why did he choose Brown University? Why did he go after those students? He hadn't even been a student for many, many years there. Why did he go up to Brookline, Massachusetts, and kill the MIT professor? That person also into physics and also was from Portugal.
Yeah, information that we hope comes to light over the course of the investigation that continues over these next few weeks and presumably months. Now, one of the interesting things from the press conference out of Providence, yesterday we showed you that photo shared by Providence police of a second person they were looking to talk with who they believed had contact with the suspect, Claudio, right before the shooting.
They said in a
So we're told
bathroom.
within an hour of posting that
All right.
photo, that person came forward and that person told Providence police that he confronted Claudio and asked him why he was hanging out around Brown. He was very happy to talk with them and provided information that ultimately
So the
led
homeless guy
police
confronted
to
him.
that car.
Yeah.
One of the other interesting things they were saying about him covering his tracks, this was clearly a very calculated murder that he pulled off in several instances. They said that he had different license plates. He had a Florida plate at one point. He then put on a Maine license plate to cover his
There was a
tracks
contradiction
as he
earlier
made
when they
his
were
way
talking
up
about
north
ballistics,
after
how
Brown
they said they
University,
didn't do the
killing
ballistics.
then the
I was
MIT
watching Fox
professor who was
News
home 2 days
right
later
before I
and
got
then
on
heading
live.
to that storage
Fox
facility
News
in Salem, New
said
Hampshire. Right now,
that
if we can go
they
back
got
to that news
DNA.
conference at,
This is what Fox News
Providence
said.
Police
Fox News
headquarters,
said they
because
got
that news conference is
DNA
still going on. So let's go
off
back
the
down
shell
there.
casings. And I remember thinking to myself, like, y'all finally got the DNA off the shell casings. So they said they got DNA off the shell casings, and that was how they identified the suspect, and that they're on his tail right now. That's what Fox News said right before I went on live. And then during the press conference, they said they haven't did ballistics or anything yet. And they said they got his information from him running into a homeless guy, and the homeless guy gave him a tip.
Correct. Yeah, it was part of the tip that was posted actually, and then also the tipster had called and had stated that this individual had a fob and was trying to enter a vehicle that was parked on Benevolent. And so because of that, we obviously knew there was a vehicle. And there was a
Destiny, we'll
description of a
probably never
vehicle.
know
When we brought him
the
in,
truth.
He collaborated
We'll probably
further
never
on
know.
that vehicle.
It's
We
like
put
the
it out through
JFK
Fox, the
assassination. It's
description
like
of it,
MLK.
and we
We're
learned that
never
within
gonna
that
probably
time
know.
period, there was only a certain amount of vehicles that came up with those description fitting it. So our detectives obviously stayed on that and ended up finding this vehicle with Florida plates, and that's how we ended up with that specific vehicle.
You gotta
Then
watch
we
the
had
news,
learned
believe it, wake up in the
that
morning and eat
vehicle
sugar
also
toast crunch
potentially
or
could
cereal.
have
That's
changed
what I
their
mean, no,
plates.
that's what we do, right?
And as I stated earlier, we were able to find the vehicle on Flock.
Well,
actually get the actual plate.
they're saying the
We learned that it was a
48-year-old
car
is
rental,
the one
which
that's
brought
gone.
us up to,
They're saying the
learn
48-year-old
that,
is the
you know,
one that's
that we
dead.
needed to learn more
That's
at
what
the
they're
rental
saying.
place about
We
the
really don't know
individual, which
who's
we did.
dead. We don't
And
even know if anybody really
further
is dead. We don't know,
later,
but they're saying
we
the
find out
48-year-old
again
is.
doing all the work that they did upstairs. I think it was tremendous too. If you had a chance and an opportunity to see how much work was put in, because it was bits and pieces of information. It's almost like putting a puzzle together. You only have just a few pieces, and you're building it. And that later on let us
Yes.
with the financial records to learn that he rented a
Yes,
storage
the
unit in
one they
New Hampshire, and that's
interviewed
why
that
he
said,
ended
I
up-
saw his face, and they didn't ask what he looked like.
Again, weighing that public interest versus the information that was available to law enforcement at the time, as this person.
Yes, Destiny, we all can relax.
potentially
Yeah.
dangerous was out there.
They got the man, supposedly, and we all can relax now. You got it right.
Moments, if you will. But was it too fast moving? Talk to us about weighing again that providing
Yeah.
information to the public. with an
They
armed
solved it.
dangerous
It was an
person
immigrant from Portugal that a homeless person saw the video and came forward and was like, I know who it is.
real-time inform the public of.
Yeah,
Case
so
closed.
we knew yesterday, last night, who this guy was and that he had rented a car in Boston. So the question becomes, is he going to return the car to Boston? We got information he might return it to Connecticut. He didn't return it.
Oh, and a homeless guy
at
might
all.
not get the reward either.
But when we
He
thought
said
he
he
might
might
be
not get the
returning it to
reward. What?
the information, to the locations, we wanted to try to take him.
Why even bring that up?
Without him knowing we were coming. As soon as his name gets out there, he is going to be even
Look at the
more in
sign
the
language
wind.
guy. He look like
And
he know
so
they
the
lying.
question becomes,
He
if
look
you
like-
think
I
you
wish I
might
could
know where
understand
he
him.
is,
He
right?
look like that he
Eventually
know
you
they
find the
lying.
storage unit, right? So you're following that up. But initially, you think he might return the car to Boston on Atlantic
Like this
Avenue,
guy
I
is
believe,
lying to y'all right
or,
now.
in Connecticut, perhaps
No.
to board a flight somewhere.
Yeah, don't believe
You're
nothing he
weighing,
says. He
can
still
I take
owes me
this
from
guy?
yesterday.
Because we know where he's going to be, and not alert him that we're coming. And so I would say this afternoon, we were going back and forth on that. But as the FBI and the ATF and our other partners, Providence Police, State Police.
I'm sorry, I was looking at the
developed
sign
evidence
language
as to
guy.
where he was. Ultimately, in New Hampshire, we decided to pursue to that location. And there we found the car.
Okay, we want to go up to Boston now, where the Attorney General of Massachusetts is talking about the MIT marker.
Okay, finally, let's see what they got to say. Let's go.
Salem, New Hampshire, in search of Claudio Neves Valente, a Portuguese national we believed shot and killed two Brown University students and an MIT professor in Brookline, Massachusetts. Federal agents found Neves Valente dead from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. The United States Attorney's Office in Boston, Rhode Island, Connecticut, and New Hampshire have been working throughout the day to establish probable cause to charge Neves Valente. Earlier today, the U.S. Attorney's Office in Massachusetts filed a criminal complaint under seal detailing the chain of events over the past 6 days, including information that led us to today's search of the storage locker in New Hampshire. This is what we learned during this multi-jurisdictional investigation. Neves Valente studied at Brown University in Providence, Rhode Island on an F-1 visa around 2000 to 2021. He eventually obtained legal permanent resident status. Previously, he attended the same academic program as the MIT professor Nuno Loureiro in Portugal between 1995 and 2000. Although Neves Valente appeared to reside in Florida, between November 26 and November 30 of this year, he rented a hotel room in Boston. On December 1st, he rented a gray Nissan Sentra with Florida plates from a car rental agency in Boston. That same day, he drove to the vicinity of Brown University, where his car was observed intermittently between December 1st and December 12th. On December 13th, Neves Valente entered an auditorium on Brown University's campus during a study session and began shooting at students, killing Ella Cook and Mohammed Aziz Umarzokov, and injuring 9 others. Between December 13th and December 14th, Neves Valente returned to Massachusetts. On December 15th, he murdered MIT professor Nuno Loureiro at Loureiro's home in Brookline, Massachusetts. At some point while he was in Massachusetts, he switched the plates on the Nissan Sentra to an unregistered plate out of Maine. Immediately following Professor Loureiro's murder, Neves Valente drove to a storage facility in Salem, New Hampshire, where he had rented a storage unit in November of this year. Since the December 13th shootings at Brown and the December 15th shooting in Brookline, state, local, and federal law enforcement officials have been working hand in hand, around
The live
clock
chat on the
to
YouTube
identify
channel, the live
shooter
chat, half the
and
people don't
prevent him
believe them.
from inflicting further harm. I have said this before and will continue to believe when law enforcement agencies work together, crimes are solved and the public is protected. The information we provided to you tonight would not be possible without the dedicated men and women of law enforcement in multiple districts throughout New England, including the FBI, ATF, HSI, the U.S. Marshal Service, Massachusetts State Police, Rhode Island State Police, Providence Police, Brookline Police, and the Brown University Police. In addition, prosecutors for the Rhode Island Attorney General's Office and the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office, and federal prosecutors from Rhode Island, New Hampshire, and Massachusetts all contributed to this result. I also want to thank Attorney General Pam
Oh, wow.
Bondi
Look at the picture
for her
we get.
support in coordinating the federal response.
Can you tell us anything about his motive and the two sets of victims and how they might be related and how he might be related to them?
That is not information that we can share right now, but as soon as that information becomes available, we will share that with the public.
Are you able to say anything of what led you to link the two crimes, perhaps?
Destiny, I agree with you.
Yes, the question was
Mustafa
how
gonna
were
go back
we
to
able
school
to
like
link him
nothing
to
happened
the
now.
two crimes. So investigators identified the vehicle that he had rented in Boston and then drove to Rhode Island. And he was seen, the vehicle was seen outside of Brown, and there was security footage that showed a person who
Come on, lady.
resembled him. There was financial investigations that were going on in the background that linked him not only to that car, but also to the hotels that he had rented and the car that he had used to not only drive to Rhode Island, but then back to Boston. And then there was some security footage that captured him within a half mile of the professor's residence in Brookline. And there is a video footage of him entering an apartment building in the
The
location of
YouTube chat is
professor's
clowning
apartment.
this woman.
And then later that evening, he is seen about an hour later entering the storage unit wearing the same clothes that he had been seen wearing right after the murder.
So you have an extensive video canvas as part of this investigation that leaves you no doubt.
This is the evidence we have right now. We are coming to you tonight because the federal complaint was unsealed, and we wanted to provide you with the information and to assure the public that law enforcement collectively believe that we have the person, that we identified the person, and that person is dead, and that he was the person responsible not only for the Brown shootings, but for the Brookline shooting.
So we reinstate Mustafa back to school. Passport prompt AI.
No, when investigators went into the storage facility tonight to execute the federal search warrant, he was dead.
Do you think he entered there this evening?
I would give it up. She's a little more organized than the other people are.
Yes.
She's a little more organized, at least. I give her that much.
Our understanding from the financial investigation is that he had rented a storage facility at the location in Salem, New Hampshire in November.
Can you confirm whether or not he used the same
Oh.
weapon in the Brown shooting as he did in the MIT shooting?
Ballistics investigation was ongoing and has not been completed at this time, so we're not going to comment on that.
Can you give us any sense of when you started to recognize perhaps that he was the same person? I know it was through a video, but when it sort of dawned on investigators that these two cases were related?
It was in the last 24 to 48 hours that my understanding, according to my understanding, is when the link began to be established. And that was mainly, he was using a phone that was obfuscating ability to track it. And he was using financial, not credit cards that were tied to his name. And so he was sophisticated in hiding his tracks.
According to the
Damn, Julia, this picture you just sent me of Claudio.
My understanding is that
They
they
say
did
he's
know each other.
47, right?
Have they been in communication since that last date?
I don't have any information to provide you.
Would you call this targeted?
We're still investigating the motive in this case and trying to, because like I said, he was very careful in his communications, and we just don't have any information right now to answer that question. But when we get that information,
They say he's
we
47?
will share it.
No way. Hold on, y'all.
The storage locker in which his body
Hold
was
on.
found, my information is that no.
Look at this other picture. This is another picture of him.
Yes.
This is supposedly him. 47-year-old Claudio.
So the question was there anything else in the storage unit aside from the defendant's body? And the answer is
That's
he was
supposed to
found
be
in
him.
there
Where
with
the other
his
picture come
satchel.
from they got?
There was nothing else found in there that I am aware of.
That's
but they're
supposed to be
still-
him. So where the other picture
They're
come
still in the
from
process of
that they got?
searching that facility right now.
Did he kill himself right away?
We don't have any information when he killed himself, but he was dead when investigators found his body.
Can you tell us anything about his life, like?
Is it 48? Yeah, 48. That look like 48 to you? But this is supposed to be him. And if you remember the picture they showed, that's supposed to be him though.
Because his identity was only become aware to us in the last 24 hours, I can't provide you with any of that information right now, but I'm sure once we have a full understanding of what he has been doing, where he has been, aside from the time when he entered into New England in November, we will provide that information.
Now, he went to school with the MIT professor, not just here.
We have no information
But they also
that he
attended the
knew
same
any of
school
the
in
victims or
Portugal.
anyone who was at that auditorium on the night that he went in and killed.
Have you been able to find anything about when he did attend Brown, whether there were any issues, if he was there briefly, was he kicked out, you know?
That information hasn't been
It's at a
provided.
standoff by themselves.
What you see on the video of the MIT professor's home, is there any doubt that he was the intended target of the killing?
The information that I know, and again, you know, the investigations are going to continue to be able to provide you with all the answers that you are asking, is that there was no doubt that he was the intended target.
What was inside that satchel?
That is information.
The
that
YouTube
is
chat,
still
nobody
being-
is believing it. Nobody. In this YouTube
the
chat, nobody's believing it
Investigators
right
are
now.
still on the scene right now, conducting that investigation, and we haven't received information as to what was in the satchel.
Was there any suicide note?
No information right now.
This is live. I've been on live since, oh my God, guys. How long have I been? Oh man, it didn't start this way. But yeah. 7 o'clock.
So there are state crimes, including the murders, and then there are the federal crimes, which is one that we brought tonight. The jurisdictions are working together, and we have been sharing information together and encouraging everyone to share information that could result in solving the crimes that were committed in their jurisdictions. And we will continue to do that if there are any doubts that are left with closing out those investigations. We will continue to share all the information so that we can share
Another
with
photo
you
of him.
whatever motivations come to light as to why these heinous crimes were committed.
Are you confident, I guess maybe that's not the right word, but do you believe that he acted alone, or is there any evidence that anyone else was traveling with him when he came here?
We have no information that he was
I didn't even eat
acting
dinner
in
yet or nothing.
concert
I've been
with anyone else right now.
Didn't expect for all this to go down tonight.
That search is still underway, but we will provide you, again, with more information as soon as we get it.
Shout outs to Julia. She's over here researching, doing all this while we're watching this and sending me updates.
So he was using an application on his phone, and there have been a couple of things. The Google phone doesn't allow officers
Wait,
to
is that the
ping
same dude?
the
Hold on. Wait,
direct location and get,
wait.
real-time location information about
hold
the
on.
phone. There was
Hold
also
That's not the picture I
beliefs
got.
that he was using SIM cards that were
That is not the picture I got.
possibly European SIM cards that are carried through a provider in the United States, but does not provide real-time information about tower connections.
You are watching U.S. Attorney for Massachusetts, Lisa Foley,
What
provide
picture's the
a
right
press
picture?
conference detailing more on the capture, really, of Claudio Neves Valente. He was found dead inside a storage unit this evening. They believe he was the person who carried out the shooting at Brown University, killing 2 students, as well as the person who killed an MIT professor this week in Brookline, Massachusetts. They think he acted alone. We've been hearing from officials in both Providence, Rhode Island,
I
and
appreciate you,
Massachusetts
Destiny,
who
for
say
being here,
these
watching, being
crimes
here the
are
whole
linked.
time.
Yes, again, authorities say
Oh,
they
yeah,
are
you're right.
sure
It was all
that
BS,
Claudio
a bunch
Neves
of
Valente
BS.
is
I
the
don't
mass
believe
shooter
nothing that
at
come out
Brown
their
University.
mouth.
He killed himself inside that storage facility. They found guns there. They think he acted alone. We don't know the motive
They
yet.
think.
It was the car that linked him to Brown and Brookline and eventually Salem, New Hampshire, after he was identified by someone who knew him, shown in pictures that we
Knew
showed
him?
you
I
on the
thought it was
air
a
as
homeless guy
person
that just
in
met him.
proximity to the suspect.
NBC 10's Dan Janig and Brian Crandall were at that press conference at Providence Police Headquarters. They join us now with what they've learned.
So far as we know, they said a homeless guy who talked to him,
guys,
I guess knows him now. They don't know if the homeless guy is going to get the reward. Why wouldn't he, if this is the true story, why wouldn't he get the reward?
Right, and I told you they were going to say something like that. This manhunt really picked up speed in the last 24 hours, and then even in the last few 8 hours.
And
it all came down to good old-fashioned police work. They recognized a car, and then there was the interaction with the individual who was also a former Brown student with the suspect who was also a Brown student for a time before he left. We don't know who that individual is 100% yet. We're going to go through this affidavit, but yeah,
they just said the individual was that he talked with was a former Brown student. Did y'all hear that?
Just about everything.
But the mayor said he was a homeless guy. So which one is it?
They took one person into custody that didn't turn out to be the right person. They put out the images of this other person, but it all
So wait, they just said he's a former student. I mean, I guess he could be homeless, but who goes to Ivy League school to become homeless afterwards? I guess anything's possible, right? You're welcome. Thank you so much for tuning in.
That person they ended up talking to not long after that image went out yesterday.
Homeless guy
and that
was
person,
his
they
friend,
said,
Ben
provided
Affleck.
A lot of the information. Let's hear from Attorney General Peter Nerona on what he says was the key here.
Oh, was his friend Ben Affleck.
I think it was under an hour. That person came forward to 2 Providence police officers over on the east side and said he had information, that he was that person, and he had information that could help this case. And I remember last night watching his interview, and he blew this case right open. He blew it open. And that's how these cases sometimes go. You can feel like you're not making a lot of progress. You can feel like you're chasing leads and they don't work out. But the team keeps going, and that person led us to the car.
The sign
which led
language
us to
guy.
the name, which led us to the photographs of that individual renting the car, which matched the clothing of our shooter here in Providence, that matched the satchel that we see here in Providence. He was found dead with a satchel, with 2 firearms, and evidence in the car that that
This
matches
picture of the homeless guy was saying something
exactly,
totally opposite of what he's saying.
what we see at the scene
Or
here
the-
in Providence.
And again, by tracking the car that person identified, and again, interestingly enough, that person they talked to yesterday turned out he posted something on Reddit with that information on Tuesday, but they said they couldn't put all that information together. Well, anyway, they
Wait,
find
so the
rental
guy that
car
posted on Reddit, is that the homeless
suspect
guy? Is that the
had
same guy?
rented, apparently
Now I'm
out of
confused with
Boston,
that.
out of Boston, and they used flock cameras to be able to track it. We hear about that a lot. And then they used financial records to find that he had a storage unit in Salem, New Hampshire. And that's where he turned out to be. And again, this is Claudio Neves Valente, a 48-year-old who was from Portugal originally, but was enrolled as a physics PhD student at Brown now some 25 years ago. And they said they really don't had any track of him afterwards, but they said during his studies, he would have been very familiar with the engineering building. He would have been there. And then there's also the link to the victim at MIT.
Right, and we have asked the question. So it appears that they were actually roommates back in Portugal.
Oh, they were roommates
the
now.
MIT professor.
The MIT professor, yes.
They're roommates.
Nobody, in Brown, and he went back there and opened fire. We just heard from the U.S. Attorney's Office in Boston, who kind of laid out the
Wait,
case.
these were
what was really
guys or
interesting
friends.
About this news
This-
conference,
this
and I know our
makes no
producers
sense
back
now.
there are going to turn around my exchange with the
This makes no
president
sense.
of Brown
If
University.
these two were friends,
But
why did he execute
they,
him?
They were right. They got video of this suspect from the neighbors, right? And then there was a great question you had. Then they got really good pictures from the rental car agency, but they never ever got pictures from the actual building where it happened, where he was actually in the bathroom and then left and then came back.
Yes, we now found out that he was in the building a couple of hours before the shooting, and that's where he had this apparently
Exchange.
altercation with the person who ended up
Oh,
turning
my God.
him in, or at least providing the information, and that person may get
See what
some
else
of the
I got.
reward they're saying.
Well,
They probably should
something
all
else.
be rewarded,
Let's see
that's
what
up to
this
them.
is
But that
before I leave
individual
off of here.
confronted the suspect in the bathroom, as they said here today, and said, "What are you doing in this school? How are you in here?" Right? Well, it was easy. There was no pass cards that day, and there was no cameras, and he knew that because he had been there years ago. So then there was some kind of altercation. Now let's fast forward to the video, Brian, the day of. So now they're suddenly coming on the corner of the bushes
In the same area.
In the same area. And police kind of hinted that the individual was maybe looking for him or something like that. And then that's when the suspect saw him and said, "Oh, I got," and flew down the street. You should also point that the car that they picked up, police said what also made it very difficult is that they changed license plates. He changed a license plate from it went.
They can
from
still
Maine license plate to
track
Florida
you by the
license
VIN number
plate.
too, so you
they
guys
had
know.
the car and then
Even
they
if
brought
you
a plate,
change license
and so,
plate,
And they
you
say
still
this
track the VIN.
person, Mr. Valente, was
A lot of people
very
don't know that.
knew what he was doing. Very savvy. But what they don't know, and they were clear, they don't know a motive. There's still a lot of what if, at least on this part, there seems to be a little bit more with the MIT killing. But at least with this part, there's been a lot of questions. Was anybody in the classroom specifically targeted?
I guess
they still don't know.
We
that,
don't
but
know.
They say there
We
were
don't know a bunch of
44 shots
anything.
fired. That's what the evidence shows.
I mean, we get caught up in Brown and we get caught up in the suspect.
I thought
and
it was
we're
a
all
homeless
breathing a
man,
sigh of
too.
relief. Not only as a community
Then they
we
said
are, but
ex-student. I have no
when I
idea.
heard that number of shots, you have kids, I have kids, you have kids. I can't imagine the fear of.
I have no idea. All I know is if these two were supposed to be roommates in Portugal and went to school together, if it's personal, then why did he go to Brown University and do what he did on the students when he went there 20 years ago? And the homeless man, who the mayor said he was a homeless man, and that was the reason why they figured out his name. The homeless man knew a lot about him. This homeless man. And they don't even know if he's going to get the reward or not. And the homeless man, they said, was an ex-student. He went to Brown. One of them said a student going to Brown. Then I guess the homeless man's posting on Reddit too, I guess. They told us a bunch of nothing so far.
So we'll get him mic'd up. Let's toss to Leanna Folk. Leanna, you are in Salem, New Hampshire. Is it still an
Let's see if
active
they
scene
say
right
anything
now?
else before we click off of here.
Yeah,
See.
Dan, Brian, from what we're seeing here, a tow truck has just arrived to this storage facility in Salem, New Hampshire. Investigators are basically saying this was the final stop in that trail that stretched from Providence, went through Massachusetts, and ultimately ended here in Salem. Now, according to newly released affidavit from the Attorney General's office, it was financial records, video surveillance, and even tips from the community that ultimately led here to a storage facility unit where Claudio Valenti's body was found. Now, investigators say this really all began with a post on Reddit. That post referencing a blue-gray Nissan with Florida license plates seen on Cook Street near Brown University the day of the shooting. Providence police then received a tip from the same Reddit user who told investigators they confronted Valenti over what they described as suspicious behavior around campus that day. Surveillance video later confirming the suspect was driving a gray Nissan Sentra with Florida plates. Police tracked that car to a Boston area rental facility where records confirmed Valenti rented the vehicle. Now, flock cameras tracked that vehicle to a storage facility in Salem where Valenti's body was found inside a unit he owned with multiple firearms. Now, what these documents do not answer is the why. It's the question on everyone's minds right now. Why did this happen? Why Brown? Why now? And that's a question that
Right? 20 years
investigators
later,
will
they
be
ain't changed
trying
no
to
security.
answer for
None,
themselves as
supposedly.
they continue on with this investigation. Dan.
All right, Leanna Falk doing a great job on the ground there in Salem, New Hampshire. We are back live now with the Colonel Perez, who has
I need
been
a drink
credited
after
not only
this.
by the mayor, the Colonel of Police, the FBI, as handling this case. And Colonel, I know you get a little emotional because you know here's the kid that came from Columbia with no shoes, and now you're front and center in a national story that you helped solve. Tell us what you felt was the biggest break.
I think the biggest break obviously had to do with that individual that we were able to identify and ask them to come forward and give us his side of the story of what occurred, because we weren't sure if that person was with the actually person of interest that we were looking for. But then when he came over and actually,
I don't know if he's gonna get the reward.
Providence police officer says, "Hey, listen, I think you're looking for me." He came down and he was able to corroborate exactly and tell us exactly all the questions we had. When you look at a video, videos don't speak for themselves.
Right.
And so you're just looking at a piece of evidence and you're just not sure what's going on.
Right.
And so this individual was able to tell us, and not only tell us, but provide us with a
Thank you.
description of
Hope it's
and
tequila.
that was a key break, because then we put that through flock,
Oh,
and then we were
thank
able
you.
to have several vehicles with that color. So,
Colonel, I want to go back if we can, just so we can explain.
Yeah,
it.
why Brown?
This individual you're talking about
Why
is in the
now?
building.
Why aren't these people asking
and
good
he
questions?
sees the suspect come in the bathroom, the Attorney General says, and they have some kind of a fight or some kind of a disagreement. Can you just walk us through how that
Why
all
shoot
happened?
the person
yeah,
you was
it
a
appears that
roommate
this,
with and went to
this
school
individual
with?
actually
I'll be
spends a
asking
lot
all
of
kind
time
of
at Brown.
I probably
and
get
so he
kicked out
saw
the
this
press
individual
conference.
come in, and he wasn't sure. Someone that didn't look familiar to him, and so I'm not sure if he's
Yeah,
an
that
argument or
part.
there was a discussion
I
between
mean,
the two of them.
if the professor
Our
owns
subject
the
of interest
money,
ended up leaving, and then this
but why go
person
to Brown
obviously
to do
very
what you did at
attentive to
Brown?
what's going on, observed him on the street again, and then decided that he was going to approach him just to ask
And
him.
he did what he did
that's
at
when you
Brown
see in the video that our suspect of interest runs, and then this person's chasing him. And at that point, obviously, it was a concern for us because we weren't sure what occurred.
Right.
And so he explained to us that obviously he saw him inside Brown.
And saw him again.
And then saw him again, and then he
wanted to just talk to him, and the
Correct.
suspect took off.
Took
Now,
off.
you said that he chased him. Did he end up catching up to him?
Oh yeah, not only catched up to him, but got in front of him and says, "What are you doing? You know, what is it that you're trying to do with Brown?" And the person says to him, "Why are you harassing me?" And so that called our person that came and spoke to us sort of his attention and says, "You know, I'm not harassing you." And then he walked away. That was it. That was the extent of that interaction.
Wow.
Colonel, we know now that there was a Reddit post earlier
Correct.
this week by that same person. What
Correct.
happened there? It seemed like, was that looked at right away? I know you said here that you didn't know until just yesterday that it was the same person who made the post, but was that post looked at? Because it did talk about that
Correct,
same
yeah.
car with the plates.
Correct. Yeah, we got a tip that came in through the tip center about this post, and so immediately we pulled it. And then it was actually because we said to ourselves, whoever wrote that post had to be there because that's what we're seeing on the video. And so what we actually did was we started to figure out who wrote it, reached out to Reddit. There's actually legal requirements for you to get that information from that post, which we were able to get. It was denied at first, but then we were able to get an angle and got some info as far as who actually posted it. We found an individual that actually said, no, we thought it was him, but he actually had reposted what was posted originally. So then we had to go back to the original post, and we were in the process of trying to find out who wrote the original post until we found this tipster who came in and admitted that he actually wrote the original post.
Tell me what it was like just generally today, as we're all waiting to hear what happens, but we know that you've now identified somebody,
Yes.
and you know this is happening, and you're tracking him to New Hampshire. What is that?
So technically, the police didn't do anything. If that's
I'm sorry,
that's the
remember the
case,
What is it like when you're waiting to find out?
They
where
didn't do
the
anything.
suspect Is you now know who he is, you think you have an idea where he is, but what's it like trying to figure that out and wait for the word?
Why isn't the
It's
homeless
difficult-
man
it's
up here
difficult. I
talking?
tell you that you're just standing by. It's no different than me. I got 32 years of service. I worked in narcotics, conducted search warrants, and you wait for that last minute, and you're desperate to get the job done. And then so it's a lot of pressure because you don't know. You know, it's a lot of pressure. It's just. But,
Colonel, the individual that kind of broke open the case, we haven't read through the affidavit ourselves because of our phones and things just breaking, but there was a report that he was homeless, a former Brown student who was homeless who actually lived in that building.
yeah, I mean, I'm not going to tell you because I'm not really sure, but I know that in my eyes, he's just a great person who provided great info and broke the case, and I'll tell you that I'm happy. And to the sense that I'm glad that he took action.
He's a homeless
Because,
person
if
that
it wasn't
lives
because of
in
him,
the
still
building.
we could still be working. I'm just not sure. So
Do you think we will ever know the motive?
I think so. I think that, I truly believe in the federal agencies, and their assistance was incredible, finding small details. And so I think that I'm sure they will continue. Obviously, we have this homicide that occurred at MIT, and so they're going to continue to do the due diligence. I know our detectives obviously are interested to find out more, and so we'll continue to do. This is obviously this is great for our community. I'm very happy to bring justice to the victims, families, and to bring peace to our city. But I know for a fact that we'll continue to just
Living colors.
to see who this individual was and why did he pick Brown.
There was a lot of
And
scrutiny
living
of this
colors, you
investigation
can
with regard-
do
obviously,
what you
it's a big national
wanna
story. A lot of
do.
scrutiny, a lot of criticism, a lot of people
yes.
online who have a lot of things to say. What is your response now that this is over?
I'll tell you, the first thing I'll tell you is my accent gets stronger every time I get tired. I haven't gotten an hour of sleep.
Your accent, you
My
said.
accent,
Yeah,
yeah, I'm
yeah.
sorry, yeah.
Okay,
So,
that's
and
okay.
I'm tired now. But I noticed that my wife tells me that it was something that they couldn't understand, or something to that extent. And so, what do I tell them is this: that
Oh man,
this is a very difficult profession.
Right.
And as a police officer, you have to.
I love Goodwill
You have
Hunting.
to have patience, and you have to stay focused on the mission. There's a lot of noise that's around.
It does
you,
run
but at the
long
end of
and
the day,
deep.
You got a job to do. You got a
Hatred,
responsibility to do,
jealousy,
that's
and
to
envy.
find the
All three of
person
those.
that was responsible for this tragedy. So I stayed focused. I stayed the track, and when we were upstairs, we will make sure that the officers stayed with the passion. to
Oh,
find out
man,
who was
y'all.
responsible. This is our city.
Toward the end of the press conference, somebody else was talking. I thought I caught your eye. You looked like you were a little emotional. Were you? What was going on?
No, I think that I saw how hard these guys work, and
It's okay to be
that's all.
emotional. You ain't gotta say
He's
no.
emotional. He cries on a dime.
I do.
No,
Very easily.
but I think it's important to say because it almost kind of reminds me of the story.
Oh y'all. Oh, so what do you think? What do we think? Do we believe these people? Is the public now safe? Was it really Claudio? And was it him by himself? Nobody else helped, just him. And he unalived himself, right? Himself. And why would he unalive himself actually? How did he know they were going to come to the storage unit to begin with? How did he know? They said he walked in a storage unit. They said he walked in. I didn't know what I was stepping into when I started this live tonight. I didn't know. But we got a show tonight, didn't we? We got a show tonight. Oh man, I had no idea either. I was going to do this live and I was going to tell you the link I found between the MIT student or the MIT professor, and I don't know, and this all happened, and oh man. Now Mustafa is out there free as a bird, and his picture's blasted over everywhere. Indian News is saying he's a suspect. So I wonder if they're going to retract that or what's going to happen with Mustafa, whatever his name is. What's going to happen with Mustafa now? What is going on with him? I don't believe a lot of things they're saying. I will say the second news conference with that lady, I will say she was a little more organized. Okay, she was more organized because that first one with everybody up there, all the hands in the cookie jar, that wasn't going too good. That wasn't going too good at all. But I wasn't planning on being here this long. I can't believe that guy is 48 years old. You should have been here from the beginning. From the beginning when I first started this live, before they started doing all this press conference, before we found out they had the guy at the storage unit. Yeah. I feel like we just produced a whole movie. I feel like a whole movie just got produced from beginning to end. Is what I feel like. But oh man, 48 years old still, man. That picture I'm looking at right now, and the picture's totally different. I don't know. I don't know. I don't feel right about what they're saying. I don't. I feel like something is still being left out, and they're not telling us. A bunch of stuff is being left out. I feel like they're not telling us. I'll let you know because I'm gonna keep my eyes on Mustafa. I'm gonna see if Brown University puts his profile back on. Because if Brown University doesn't put his profile back on, then what happened with Mustafa? I'm gonna see. But what's interesting is I have access to look at people's backgrounds, right? I don't know if Julia's still on, but on my end, I couldn't. The person they're saying who did it, Claudio, I could not find Claudio's background whatsoever. I'm going to try and look again, but nothing popped up for him. I saw a bunch of other Claudios, but it wasn't the same Claudio. I saw nothing for him. And then even Mustafa, when I looked at Mustafa, it was just weird. I don't know. Very weird. But I guess we'll find out. Maybe Mustafa's AI too. Maybe they're all AI and they didn't know which AI they wanted to go with. Yeah, I'm about to right now. I'm about to both go finally eat because my plan was to get on here at 7, be done by 8:39 and go eat. Nope, it is 11:20 at night for us people on the East Coast and in the South. But I want to say thank you guys for tuning in, for joining in to this live, well, I should say special live now of Fugitive TV. We did not expect all that. Thank you everybody for tuning in. When you go into my videos now, you should see when you watch a video of mine, you should see at the very bottom, you should see like Fugitive TV merch, like there's coffee cups, hats, things like that. Let me know if that pops up, okay? Besides that, please take care of one another. Be on the lookout. Have your head on the swivel when you're in the public. As you see, nobody's safe. I don't care if you're at an Ivy League school or in the hood. You're not safe. Actually, y'all know who Chris Rock is, right? If you ever watched the stand-up comedy he said he had, it was called Bigger, Blacker, and Better or something like that. It was like 1997. This is one of my favorite stand-up shows was that one. He said all these school shootings, you're gonna have white kids talking about I want to go to a black school where it's safe. And he said that back in like 1997. And I still think about what he said. But anyways, hope you guys take care of one another. Fugitive TV, have a good night. And I am out.